Hello. How you doing? Give me a second. I'm still shuffling windows around. Hang on. So how you guys' weekend? How you guys' week? Sorry I wasn't around on Friday. This week was hectic. Is that a nice way to put it, I suppose? I don't know. It was not a fun week. Okay. Alright. Hello! How you doing? Ed Faust, Jojo, and Jill Mega. Hello, hello. So I've made a little bit of progress here. A little bit yesterday. Made no progress on Friday. Yeah, this week has been... It's been rough. Yeah, so on Friday... Well, let me back up. It's the first. On like Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday, one of those days, I get a reminder. Hey, by the way, you have to install an update before Monday. I forgot about it until 5:30. I was still at work at 5:30. Shut up. On Friday. And that took like an hour to do. So I watched free run on Friday at work. while I waited for shit to install. So yeah. I got home at like 7 o'clock, I think, that night. I haven't actually played that game. Is that the guy like on the phone or something like that? Anyway. So I did make a little bit of progress with this. The code is disgusting. The code is horrendous. In my humble opinion. However, I do have some of the comment stuff working. I'm not sure I'd like how I got it working. We'll get to that and cross that bridge in a bit. But it's starting to be okay, right? Excuse me. So I've got the block comments. I've got inline comments. Some aliases for block and I don't know the inline is. I don't know, right there. Inline comment. What? What is this shit? No, I'm not listening to that. No. Good news, Nvidia is freezing its $100 billion deal with OpenAI. Let's hope this is the beginning of the end. God, I hope so. I hope so much. So in the Friday meeting, my boss starts going on about some AI bullshit. Oh, CTO showed us this, and it's really neat. And it's some AI bullshit is vomiting out a presentation on I don't fucking know, slides and all that kind of shit. And I'm like, no, I just zoned out, fucking ignored him. Chosen one, how you doing? It's exhausting. It's exhausting. So there's some stuff at work that I'm sorry. That I'm working through right now. Some project stuff. And I think once that's done, I'm just gonna peace out, honestly. Because there's so much I just don't give a shit about. I just don't give a shit about so much of it. And God, him pushing the AI crap is just so disheartening. I just don't care anymore. I just do not care. You know? But anyway, that's enough of that for now. I'll probably get back into that later, but whatever. So what I want to work on today, or at least what I want to start working on today, rather, if I can find some in here. This stuff. It doesn't respect the stride for this stuff. Those are okay. What is that? That's not correct. Well, I mean, I guess technically it is sort. Wait, what the? Hang on. Screen lookup. Okay. Because it's a label, not a range. There needs to be a fucking range up here. Address, name, size, comment. What the fuck is that? What the fuck? Oh, I know why. I think I know why. Okay, so this is part of what I need to work on tonight. Is the stride, right? How wide these will be, basically, right? How many values it will display before entering a new line. It is not fully implemented. It has the number of lines correct. What it doesn't have correct is the data on said lines. So I need to fix that. On the bright side, making presentations and stuff is manager work, right? So this is showing that I can do the manager work. If the managers get that, they might be the ones replaced by said AI. I mean, that's like the best outcome is they see it that way. My boss, I don't think is bright enough for that. Multbook, which is Reddit. Well, oh, I heard about that. Yep. Finding new ways of fucking everything up. We didn't even know it was possible. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Lovely. All right. Oh, yeah, and this is this right here is the more complete configuration stuff for a disassembly of the study box. Whereas the other what I've got here in the test data, that's a trimmed down version of it, essentially. Trimmed down, less accurate version, less up to date. You know what I mean? Yeah. Passed a lot of flying cars. 126. Oh, fucking up the environment, not even more. In record speed, nonetheless. Record speed. Oh. All right. So the way I am doing this, I realized the other day that I also needed to do the window stuff when doing the formatting. Well, probably no. I actually needed to because the formatter passes the label manager over for that. So yeah, I do need to. This wasn't there. Swapping the windows out. Deus Ex Human Revolution is supposed to take place in 2027 next year. Oh boy, can't wait for everything to be orange and brown next year. Everything will be mud colored. I mean, we're kind of going that direction, aren't we? I have that game. You can't. I don't think you can buy it anymore, but I have it in my Steam library. Orange trim like glasses. Was that the like the blue light filter or something? Or do you mean just the frame? All right. I don't think I have all of them. I have like 2, I think. So I've got the original. From what, early 2000s with the 90s or whatever the hell that was. And then I've got the orange one. How many more are there? Actually, I think I've played the older one on stream, haven't I? Anyway, so yeah, so up here is the decode, and then down here is the format, the actual printing of it. Still available to purchase? You sure about that? I could have swore. This one wasn't. Yeah, it doesn't have a store page. What are you talking about? Missing link. No store page. Human Revolution, The Fall, Mankind Divided, Deus Ex, and Invisible War. Oh, okay, it's a different version of it. Director's cut. Got it. Got it. Yeah, this is the original here. I've only played 6 hours of that, really. All right. Well. Yeah, this guy. Not doing that today though. All right, yeah, so that's what actually writes it. So the loop for the lines I'm not having in over here. Instead, I'm putting them inside the formatter, right? This loop right here. So this line count. Let's see. Right here, comes from these guys, right? So for the instruction, if and the line that's being retrieved, right? The assembly line, it takes a line number that the formatter currently wants, right? For the instructions, everything above the first line is going to be nothing. The number it's returning here is the address offset from the start of the instruction data, whatever the hell, right? So for instructions, that's always 0 because an instruction doesn't have multi-line arguments, for instance, right? Where the argument's on a second line, so the argument's a different address, right? It's a maximum of like 3 bytes per instruction, right? And that's all going to ever be on one line. The only time that a decoded instruction is going to be more than one line if it's an RTS or a jump. Now, in the screenshot that I posted yesterday, you'll notice that that caused a little bit of a headache here with duplicating RTSs and jumps, which is incorrect. So I needed to put some code in there to be like, hey, by the way, don't do that. Rimless classes. This sort of has a deal with the lens factory to cut and groove some rim paint. Oh, nice. Also, there's only one file I don't own. Brotherhood of Steel, the really bad one. Is that like mobile one or something? Because I know there's like a city management kind of simulation mobile something or other, right? No, but it's Infamous. Oh, okay. If you say so. Yeah. So this loop here has gotten Fallout Shelter. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. So this loop has gotten more ugly, and it's only going to get worse, I think. It's only going to get worse because of the decoded data. This stuff here. All right. So the line count gets the the length, the lines, the number of lines is the data divided by stride, plus 1 if it's not a clean divide, if there's a remainder, right? So that's why we're seeing multiple lines here, except I'm not... Is this used? I don't know if this is used. Argstar? Oh, yeah, well, I guess so. It's used internally. But yeah, so this right here is just printing out the same line every single time, which is incorrect. So that return needs to do the stride. Ooh, but that also needs to be is words. Okay, so I've got a Boolean there for that. So that is going to be offset is line times dot stride if is words offset times 2. Now, okay, this is 2004. Uh-oh. What? Oh my god. That's a Fallout game? Looks too colorful for a Fallout game. That's Brotherhood. Okay. Why is Tomb Raider in there? why is Lara Croft in there, huh? Is stride supposed to be always in bytes or dependent on the is word setting? Stride is the number of values across, not the number of bytes. So either number of... Oh yeah, number of values. So a value can be a byte or a word. That's what that is. So for stride 1, but an address list, right? It'll have 1 address per line. That's the idea behind that. And that's why data is an int and not a byte or what have you. All right, we're getting the remake of the OG this year. We'll do it again next year. Oh, nice. Nice. Looks like run pay they can only get the $700 frames. Jesus. What does this look like? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, rimless. Nice. Yes, that decoding has already been done. That byte to word decoding. Yeah, so that's decoded from the ranges, right? So yeah, ranges specifically, and then right here. Yeah, so it's making words when it needs to there. Can I try them on? I forgot that I put them on extremely light. Nice. Nice. That does remind me that I need to call up my insurance company because they denied the insurance claim. So with the company I'm at, it was bought recently by a company that's based out of California. So my health insurance is not based out of California. So they went and saw they saw the claim was based from New England, and they went, "No, that's not California." And I'm like, "Wait, no, I live and work over here. What do you mean my coverage isn't, huh?" Color me impressed. Yeah, so I need to call them up and be like, hey, come on, pay up. Bastards. Fucking bastards, I swear to God. Pisses me off. And they didn't even cover the frames. So it would have only covered, I found out after I made the appointment and got there that the frames wouldn't be covered. I don't know why. Just because. So, expensive as fuck, and it's so stupid. I hate it so much. Anyway, okay, so all right, so this label here, address and offset. If label's not nil and complex, this is the comment on it. If label's not nil and address plus offset is that. Where? Can I use offset veritype int as uint in return? Oh, stride. That's in, okay. Uint. There we go. All right, let's see what this does. Okay, so now the label is just up there, and I need to do that same thing for the comment. Comment line is not that, and address plus offset equals label dot address. That's because that's block, isn't it? Which isn't here. That's the inline comment. For the block comment, that's up here. And address plus offset equals label dot address. Ah! Make. Ah! Ah! That's not, oops. That's not, oh, because I don't, right. This is printing out the entire thing. It's not printing out just 8 of them. Right. One step closer. We're getting there. We're getting there. I do want a new line there, though. Right in the beginning of it. Just a blank line. Hopefully that doesn't break everything else. It might if that's after an RTS. Yes, that adds a new one. Oh, I don't like that. Because this happens afterwards, and this one happens before. Right? These weird looking comments, by the way, are because it's still in the format from DA65. All right, we're gonna comment that out for now. We'll come back to that later. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Okay, so I need this Argster. Ooh. Is that part of this? It is not. It is no longer part of the interface, so I can change it. Offset int. Offset. Maybe. I half expected that to happen, yeah. 42. That is, yep, that's here. Okay. Yeah, out of bounds. 144 to 128. How in the fuck? Wait a minute. That's not the kind of out of bounds I was expecting. What the hell? Oh, so I'm gonna need a different kind of loop here. For I is offset. I is less than. Ooh, not offset. That needs to be a line. Different kind of offset. Word versus. Yeah, I need that before it's multiplied by 2. Yeah. For I is offset. I is less than length dd dot data I plus plus. I can have that in here, can't I? Okay. And then dat is dd.data at I. Less than data, and I is less than offset plus stride. That's right, yeah? Nope. This is dd-stride. Let's see if we still get that out of bounds. We don't. Surprising. Oh my god! Did that actually work? Did that actually fucking work? Oh my god! FF40. FF40. That's F4. No, FF. 3093. Okay, so this one's going to be correct. That top one. Oh, 31890. Oh my God. And that starts at 48. Oh, holy shit. Holy shit, it fucking works. Oh my God. I was not expecting that to actually work, I'll be honest. Oh. I had to finally set up a Mac. A Mac? What? Hang on, wait. I missed a bit. Can I compare this way they work? There's an OG dev in the thing I'm working on who suddenly merges code into main, even if the CI pipelines fail on his merge request. Uh-oh. I had to finally set up a Mac. I don't know how people can praise the UX. It's shit. Something like basic, like the delete key doesn't work in the file browser. What the fuck? UX, Bridgewater, how you doing? UX in the latest versions of Mac OS is legendarily bad. That's surprising, because wasn't Mac OS like praised for its good UX? What happened? What happened? Did they see what Microsoft is doing, and when we can do worse? They shouldn't be taking any pages out of Microsoft's book. They shouldn't be doing that. Excuse me. All right. Check out first one. Install brew and use it like you're using a Linux command line. Apple used to do actual research on this stuff, and more recently they've started completely ignoring that research. Oh my God. Of course. Why would they pay attention to research they paid for? That would make too much sense. Add some Russia line count length. So I might add one to that length just so I can have an empty line at the end. Yeah. Offset. So if offset is beyond the data, return a whole lot of nothing. Because over here, somewhere, I think that's how I managed to not print out some stuff. I forget where. Offset 0 and line number is greater than 0 and assembly equals 0. Print that. Yeah, so if I add 1 to the line count, like that, then over here, if offset is greater than the length of dd.data, return 0 and nothing. So, in theory, that should give me a blank line. I mean, kind of. Oh, that's a blank line. Oh, that's a blank line after all of them. I don't like that. Oh boy. That's a no. That's a nuh-uh. Nope. Okay. I'm gonna fucking undo that. Okay. Wait, what the fuck are all these now? What the shit? How the fuck? What? Huh? How did I break that? Oh, the plus one, the plus one, the plus one, the plus one. Make. There we go. I unbroke it. I unbroke it. Okay. Okay. I think I want like a insert new line after or something on that interface. Yeah. Let's do that. So with ranges, I can set that to 1 for a defined range. So for something like this, I can have a new line. But these guys that are just like, oh, we didn't find an instruction for this, won't do it. So first I need to add that to here. Insert new line after, bool, like that. E. ASM. No, E. Header data. New line, bool, yoink. Insert new line after. Paste. True. False. Yoink. Return dd dot new line. Okay, and then down here somewhere, if line dot that there. Okay, it didn't break anything, and I didn't add it for the for this yet, so wouldn't have done that. Because I need to add that. It needs to know to do it. Did I add this to the other one as well? I did. That doesn't need to be in there. DASM. When do you want a new line in the data? When there's more than one line, or when there's one item, or what? So this is a new line after the data block. That's for the entire block, right? As for inside the data block, that's going to be based on the stride, right? So down here, ranges specifically. Okay, DD, where is the decoded data? New line, true. Make. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Okay. I got to figure out what the hell, how I want to do that one, but I mean the afternoon, when you want that to show up. Just for defined ranges, right? Because each of these are individual objects, right? They're all different instantiations of. That's no. types. Saturday, I need to read it. They are all this. Only config defined ranges. Yes. Right. So the auto detected ranges, they're not necessarily a range, really. So each of those, each of these here, is an individual instantiation of this. So the data in there is a single byte long, always, right? That's why there's 1 byte per line, right? Because it's always a single byte long. This is one instantiation of that object, right? Which is why I can have it across a bunch. So for the ranges, when I see a range and detect a range that's defined, add a new line afterwards. These guys I won't, because there'll be a new line after every single one. I don't want that. We had that before. 1 byte ranges, but still ranges. Yeah, but they're not defined. Yeah, they're not defined in the config. No. I'm not sure how I want to do this. So in order to do a new line before this nicely, I would need to. Thank you for I'll appreciate that. I would need to keep track of the previous, right? So because I don't want 2 new lines there on an RTS, right? So like here, I don't want 2 new lines there. I just want 1, right? Which actually, hang on, DASM. I have the decoded, so I can just false. I can add it in here. Like that. And then last new line equals dec dot yoink paste. And then here and yoink not that. No, that have to be no, up here. This. If not last new line. What do you mean undefined? Who is that? Is that a Shaw? Hey, you doing? Welcome! Welcome. What do you mean undefined? How dare you? Oh, because I did it again here. Welcome, welcome. How you guys doing? How was stream? Make. Did that actually work? Those are the weird comments. It actually worked! Holy shit! Let's go! How's the coding going? It's going fantastic, actually. So I think there's only like one major thing that I want to implement, and then everything else is just clean up. Fantastic for now, yeah. But besmeeches? Besmeeches. What is that word? Besmeeches. Oh my gosh, schemes. Welcome though. So for everyone just joining, I am working on a disassembler for 6502. Targeting mainly the NES or Famicom. It can probably do other systems, sure. But there's some features in this that I have that are geared specifically towards the NES and mappers, with swapping out banks of memory, basically, right? Besmirches his color scheme. Ah, got it. I see. But yeah, so I'm kind of at the spot where like we're doing good. Tomato tomatoes, yeah. So the code I'm disassembling here, by the way, is for. Let me just get a picture of it actually. Here? Nope. Yeah, that'll work. This thing right here. So this is a study box. It's a tape drive thingamajig, educational system for the Famicom. So a few weeks ago, I was working on disassembling a different piece of hardware. That one. So I've been disassembling this for a while, right? And that was mainly just inside of this emulator, right, in the debugger, manually adding like labels and crap in here, right? And to keep track of this, I'd like export the labels to a file or whatever, right? Not the greatest way to do that, right? Because then the disassembly is only in the disassembler, and managing that label file across different tapes is a royal pain in the ass. But it worked well enough for what I was doing. And then I got my hands on this thing, Sosakafami. And my old way of handling disassembly suddenly didn't work very well anymore. Mainly because this is all the code's in RAM. All of it's in RAM. Can you disassembly detect when like myself put a block of data in and leave the code blocks? No. Very specifically, it doesn't auto-detect anything. You must guide it, right? So in my previous attempts at a disassembler, that's where I got hung up. Automatically detecting everything. Where all the data was, how big the data was, all that kind of crap. Because eventually I just discovered, I just need an emulator that runs every possible permutation of every setting, whatever, right? And I found that out and then just like dropped the project a few times, right? So with the Sosakafami, I started using the disassembler that came with the CC65 compiler suite. Yes, it is a tough one to do statically, right? Without straight up emulating the thing and just recording the emulation, essentially, right? Recording the emulation with more steps, kind of. I'm glossing over a lot, but that's the gist of it. Ads. Oh no. I'm sorry. I should have paused. I'm sorry. Now, some 50 seconds on that now. But I'll bring up bank 0, this guy. No, that's output. I want this. Yeah. Yeah. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Whole tribe computer. Tribe. Yeah, okay. All right. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Oh yeah, I need to figure that out too. The Windows. No, because I'm not doing any of that. And that's I have to go through my disassembly and figure out where the windows are. Inline arguments with routine modifying the address, which yes, we had some code like that. Yeah. Welcome back from ads, by the way. So yeah, when you have code that modifies the return address, your static analysis goes out the goddamn window. Or at least it gets so much more complex, right? Because you essentially have to emulate some part of it, right? You have to run the commands to see what the hell they do. And the modification of the return values, like the amount of data it skips might not be a static amount, right? It might be an amount from a variable somewhere. So you have to make sure that variable's filled. Well, how do you do that? You basically run the entire ROM up to that point, right? So in this attempt, I went, screw it. This isn't going to figure out anything on its own. It needs to be a fully guided disassembly, which means every single block of data I define by hand, manually. I define. Oh no, this is a block of data, right? That's why I've got a block of data right here, right? This stuff, it only looks like that because there's no instruction FF. I'm not using the unofficial opcodes. That is something that I do want to implement as an optional, right? They're not in here right now because this ROM doesn't use any of the unofficials, to my knowledge. So anything that is not an official opcode, it'll drop out the .byte and a single line of stuff. So the only automatic thing that happens here are auto labels. So I think most of these are actually already defined. Like this is not an auto label, but it looks like this. Basically anything that's on a branch or a jump or a JSR will create an auto label, which is just the letter L and the address is jumping to, right? Only if that address or that label doesn't already exist somewhere, right? Isn't already defined. That's the only thing it does automatically. Like I think that might be, right? Yeah, that's an auto label right there. That's not something that's defined in the code or in the config. So it created that label. That's the only thing it does automatically. Everything else must be defined by hand. CA65 compiler, yes. CA65 is my assembler, yeah. Now I don't think this code right here is ready to be fed into the assembler. Let me take that back. I know it's not because I'm not dumping out the variable defines anywhere. So there'll be a bunch of like undefined labels if you try to assemble this. That is another thing I do need to actually figure out how to do, or not how to do, but how I want to do. Yeah. And yeah, it's a fantastic assembler. Very powerful assembler. I don't use the C compiler because I don't write C on the Famicom. It's not something I'm interested in. But the assembler and the linker are fantastic. So I'm not going to be writing those because I don't have a need to, right? The disassembler, however, it got in my way, doing things like truncating my comments. So I've got a lot of comments. I've got like 700 separate comments in the code so far, right? And some of them are kind of sizable. Where was the big one? There was one that was like where I found this issue, right? So yeah, I've got like little paragraphs here and there, right? But there was one that was... I need to fix so many of these too, because they're all formatted for DA65. Anyway, there's one of them that's multiple lines long, like a sizable chunk of a comment, and I noticed in DA65, it was getting truncated. It truncated to 256 characters, and I'm like, that ain't right. That's not right at all. Does it keep the symbols? Yes. So if I go up here and then over to SBX-01, SBX-01. This is the DA65 version of the same code. Bank 00. No, I need a Vim Bank 00. Come on, thank you. So the DA65 disassembler will drop out all of the labels that are not defined in the current source file. It will define them all up top, right, and give them an address. Stuff like this, where it's a code label, you won't see it up top, right? Yeah. So this is what the DA65 disassembly looks like. This one you can feed back into the assembler and have it assemble. It was designed for that. I do want to get mine to that level as well, but there's some housekeeping stuff I need to do before then. What was the name? Hang on, let me find. Cause I was so mad at when I found it. I posted screenshots on Discord. Fill RAM block. This guy right here. Bank 0. Okay, do I have that? Fill RAM block. What? Oh, I'm not on the right bank. Output bank 0.asm. This guy here. So this comment is where I found out that it truncates. So this, that last line should be starting from 700, 7FF, 7FE, etc. You notice it cuts it off a little bit. I was so mad when I found this out. So then I started looking at the code for this disassembler, because it's open source, I can do that. And I'm finding other stuff that I do not like. Like this. Which I believe limits the number of comments you can have to 256. But what really pissed me off, since we don't expect many comments, we can keep the table small. No. Yeah, that's quite an assumption. Quite an assumption. I think at the time when I found this out, I had more than 200 comments per source file. Like 256 per source file, right? And I had like 2 or 3 source files. Bank 0, 1, and 2. I don't think I've done 2 yet in the new one. So I'm like, that ain't gonna fucking work. Fine, I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. I'll make my own disassembler with blackjack and hookers. I know there's 640K should be enough for everyone. Yeah. This time it's not mistreated. Yeah. If the comment is correct, then that doesn't limit you to 250 comments, but does mean that more comments than that might start to make it slow down. Yeah. So when I changed that value, like it didn't change what I thought it did. So I'm like, oh, I don't understand what this does. Cool. And I dug around a little bit, and then I went, it'd be easier if I just wrote my own goddamn disassembler. So I did. And with the disassembler that I wrote, I can have some quality of life improvements. So you'll notice that this is a multi-line string, and there's a lot of space at the beginning, but not over here. That's on purpose, right? And there's some other smaller things, kind of like that, like the CB versus CI. Where's the CI? In here somewhere. That's comment block versus comment inline. So I can specify specifically a block comment or an inline comment, right? Back over here. And each line can have both. I should be able to have both. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, so each line can do both. Yes, this is assembly. Welcome. Carl's Dev, welcome. My CSDs, what's up? What am I making? I am making a disassembler. So I am disassembling binary into assembly for archival and reverse engineering purposes and the like. So this code here is for the study box. This guy. It's a tape drive thing for the Famicom. Educational system. Programs come on tape, and it's like math, science, and English. How did I forget English? But yeah, interesting little device. And as far as I'm aware, only one emulator can do it correctly, can emulate it correctly. There's allegedly two of them, but the second one I can't get it to actually load a fucking tape. I teach you about frogs! Yeah. Didn't know these still existed. Didn't know what still existed. The Famicom? These things? I've got two of them. One of them's right here. This one's still plugged in, actually. In fact... oh, so since I don't have the little picture-in-picture. This is hardware right here. I don't have a tape in there, so I can't actually show you it doing anything. Do I? Well, I do have I don't have the power plugged into the damn thing. Hang on. Because it needs extra power. And by the way, so the tape in there right now is a recorded tape. I'm going to leave the TV capture off because I know it's broken. But it's broken in an interesting way. So you're not going to be able to hear any audio. I have that muted. So it's going to start reading from the tape. I think this should get the first page and correctly play the first page. But for whatever reason, when I tried before, it replayed the first page when it was done. So it just kept looping again and again and again on the first page. If that is the tape I have in there. If not, it's not that tape I have in there. Okay. I don't know what the other one is. Might be the other side of it, actually. Hang on. Oh, no, it's not going to be the other side. I don't think. Actually, it might be. Hang on. Let me rewind it over here. God, Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm going to post it one everywhere.
Hackerman. He's the most powerful hacker of all time.
And the sub. Dennis, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Get in there, you bastard! Thank you.
YA Dennis.
This one? That one. Rewind. Rewind! Am I going? Yeah, let's go. All right. let me clean up my mess I just made. Hang on. Stop it! Okay. So, one of the I don't want to say advancements because that's not really a thing. So the only reason I've made any progress on getting Steady Block stuff working on hardware is because I bought a new set of tapes that are 30-minute tapes, not the 90-minute tapes. The Steady Blocks can much more reliably play a 30-minute tape than a 90-minute. Because I noticed that all of the first-party tapes are all half-hour tapes. All of them. So I figured, all right, let's put less tape material in the tape. Let's see if that helps any. And it did. So that's what I've got here, right? A half-hour tape instead of a 90-minute tape. Moving slowly and doing just fine on this cold February day. Yeah. I haven't been outside yet today. It's gonna find it. It's doing some fast forwarding. And why is that better? It's a different tape. It's a different tape somewhere that I have. I'm not gonna go searching for right now. The physics of it. It has a harder time physically playing the 90-minute tapes. That's all it is, really. Yeah. I guess the drive is designed in a way that doesn't handle longer tapes as well, since they don't need to. I guess, but it could also be just the age as well. Like the belts slipping more. I don't actually know if the belts on this were ever replaced. I haven't replaced any of the belts on any of mine. I need to. I need to get a bunch of belts and try replacing some. Yeah. Pintrol and Capstone roller. Yep. Wasn't that made from 90-minute tapes initially? Nope. Nope. So all the tapes. I don't have any. I have one. Don't make a mess. Thank you. These guys are all 30-minute tapes. So this is one of the English tapes. We can't really see it too well, but that's a 30-minute tape in there, not a 90-minute. Nope, this way. Thank you. Good with age and the wear making it less able to handle it. Yeah, that's what I suspect. Yeah. Tired and old, doesn't want to do the work anymore. Too bad! So I know that the 90-minute tapes are slightly more reliable if I have the Famicom physically on its side while it's playing. So all the weight of the internals of the tape. I don't know where I have a clear one handy. It's not so it's not like resting on the body of the cassette. Instead, it's resting mostly on that spindle, right? Because gravity and physics and shit. That helped a little bit. Not as good as the 30-minute tape, however. The 30-minute tape is doing a lot better. A lot better. So, yeah. But anyway. But yeah, so I've written my own disassembler. So, and the reason I started, like I said, changing my workflow a little bit was because my workflow that I had did not work at all for this. So the data for this is a Soseki Fami. You'll notice there's a bit of a tower. There's the Famicom disk system, adapter for the disk system, the Famicom, a Famicom cartridge, and this hunk of metal. This basically has a bunch of RAM in it that it can overlay on top of the BIOS for the disk system. So you can play a game that you have backed up from a cartridge to a floppy. Yeah, it's an interesting piece of kit. But because it's all the code is off of a floppy, that means it's all loaded into RAM, right? So while I can step through the code in Messen, I can't export anything, right? Like the labels, I don't think I can export. I don't think. And even then, they're not going to be necessarily correct. Or it's going to be difficult to line it up to the actual binary of the floppy drive, right? The disk image. So while reverse engineering this, I started changing up my workflow, which is where I started using the DA65. Now, don't be sad, it's normally less effective when someone gets older. So same with that. Thank you for that, I'll appreciate it. But yeah, so that's why I wanted to write my own disassemblers, because the other one was not cooperating at all. So yeah, that's what this is. And a lot of this, so the reason that some of these labels are kind of jank with 2 semicolons is because DA65, when you put a new line in, it didn't put the comment start character anywhere, right? So you'll see a lot of like insert a new line and don't forget the comment start character. That's everywhere. So I have to now go and clean up all of my labels. Yeah. So it looks like this. And then if I do that, clean it up. Yay. That's a little wide though. I don't think I've thought about like maybe doing some sort of word wrap, but I don't think I want to be doing that, honestly. Because that's just going to add in some more headache. I don't know if I want. But I can manually wrap, so it's fine. Right. I started the Messen, which worked until it didn't. Yeah, switched to DA65, which worked okay until it didn't. So now I'm making a new one, which currently doesn't work at all until it does. That's not true. It does work. It does work. I can't reassemble the code because I haven't done some housekeeping with it, but it does disassemble, so I can verify shit. Neural Net Nemesis, how you doing? What am I hacking this time? I'm making it a disassembler. Yeah. And one of the reasons I'm looking at this code again, or the disassembly for the study box, is I am. Anyway, I am working on. Do I have this open somewhere? I do have it open. That's why. Okay, that's why I'm getting errors in Vim. Vim's like, no, it's already open. Okay, yeah, it actually is. Okay. Benefit of your own one is that you can fix it so it works. Yeah, right? So I've started to actually put together a wiki page for the study box because there isn't one, right? Well, there's one that, like, I think it's like a short little paragraph, right? But it doesn't go into any detail on anything. Is the wiki down? No, okay. Yeah, it's just this, which doesn't give you a lot, right? Right? So, let's go over here, and then, what is it? Slash. Doesn't exist. Create. I haven't actually done, like, saved it yet, but open with mousepad. Copy. Paste. Preview. Still figuring out how I want to handle all this, or format a lot of this, right? But yeah, so this does need to be on the wiki, so I'm working on getting it on there. But before I publish it as like a proper page, right? I want to get rid of some of these question marks that I've got in there. Yeah, like that question mark, right? So I saw those, and I'm like, oh, let me go into my disassembly and verify that stuff. That's how I got to where I am right now. Yeah. So I'm not quite there yet with this. There's a lot I need to add and modify and tweak and make sense. I'll put that over here. But I am making progress. I don't want to just like copy paste what a Bridgewater has. That just feels wrong. That doesn't feel right, you know. So I'm not doing that. I'm properly writing a wiki page. Doing it all proper, like, yeah. All right, so the windows. So these windows are how I handle bank switching. Yeah, so DA65 had no concept of bank switching, right? So the way that the code is organized in this ROM, hex 8000 to FFFF is split into two banks. The upper half of that from C1000 up is fixed, right? That's this bank right here that I have on screen. That's this bank. The lower half of that from hex 8000 up until and excluding hex C1000, that is swappable. So there are two banks for that of code that I know that are used. There might be three banks of code, or two banks of code and then a buttload of data. Like a lot of data. Most of the ROM is data. Tile data, lookup data, character data, like font data, rather. A lot of it. But there's still two separate banks of code, right? So when the study box first starts up and gives you the intro screen, or the gives you that screen right there. That is using bank 1 and... No, it's using bank 2 and 0. 2 and the fixed bank. That's rewinding. I don't want to do that. When it's actually running a tape, it's using bank 1 and the fixed bank. So that fixed bank calls into... or jumps into, JSRs or whatever, into both of those banks, depending on what bit of code is being currently run and the state of the whole system, right? So, depending on which bank is currently loaded in, I want to look at the correct labels for that stuff. Yeah. Sometimes I wonder how many people understand what you mean when you say hex 8000 upwards to that. A junior programmer guy doing Node.js stuff asked me point blank, what is memory anyways? No. That hurts. That hurts. That is painful. Painful. God damn. It's similar to like, so a few years back, there was a new dev at my place of employment. He didn't stay there very long. He thought he was going to do some web dev stuff. Boy, was he wrong. Anyway, so we get him set up with a laptop. Got a full keyboard, not like a laptop keyboard, like a full actual keyboard on the thing, right? What the realization that slapped me in the face was he could type faster on a phone than he could with a full-size keyboard. I didn't know how to handle that. I don't understand. How can you type faster on a phone? How? On the phone, it's just your thumbs. But you've got all your fingers for the keyboard. It's only going to get worse. Yay! Had to go to a whiteboard and draw a transition diagram and then talk about JK flip-flop and then state the circuit and the whole talk on the whiteboard, just baffling to the poor guy. Oh, no. Oh, no. Because I used to column. Okay, well, it's not like columnar versus staggered keyboard. It's you have a physical key for every letter, and it's slower? No. Memory is magic. Yeah. I mean, so for like the newer stuff with the layers of cache, sure, memory is magic, right? Virtual memory versus actual memory, right? I'm trying not to pits. No. Hey, there's a lot of I don't want to say remapping, but there's a lot of abstraction. That's a better word for it. Between the physical RAM on your computer and what the processor tells your program the address is and where it is. Yeah. Memory in pages and cache line validation. Yeah. The magic is the MMU. Yep. Virtual memory is just a 4 or 5 layer hash map on hardware. We have a TLB to speed the shit up. Yeah, exactly. I understand it at like a bird's eye view of like, oh yeah, it's a magic box that remaps shit. So your program can say, hey, give me this address space, and the CPU will go, sure, absolutely, here's that address space. But it's really something completely different on the metal. Like I get it from there, and I conceptually get like the higher level whatever of it. I have no fucking idea how it actually works, right? I don't know how the intricacies of like the caches and shit work. No idea. Traps and lots of trap implications. Yeah. I appreciate that. Yeah. But I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that shit. All right. You know what? Let me actually like let me commit some of this shit. What did I change here? What is that? Oh, that's the comment stuff. So this is this is where I am determining what kind of comment it is essentially, right? So there's two types of comments. There's the block comment and an inline comment. But I also allow just comment, right? So if comment has a new line in it, it defaults to a block comment. If it doesn't, it defaults to an inline comment. That way, like, I don't have to necessarily go and change all the comments. I mean, I'm going to, but yeah. And then I've also got CB and CI as aliases for those too. So could add that, and then I need to add the label stuff because I removed the plain comment and added two other comments. So I need to add those. If you ever wonder why virtual memory is split into 9-bit chunks, that's because each entry is 8 bytes, and it's a 4K page, 512 entries. Uh-huh. Now explain a non-maskable interrupt, as well as an interrupt vector table of jump addresses, and then just magic. Low total business, that can represent 4K bytes a page. Yeah, see, that math and bullshit, fuck it, magic. I don't, magic, that's all it is. I don't know. Actually, I think I need to add like all this other stuff. Because I think I've interweaved all of the other changes. I mean, not necessarily this one. I am just gonna add all of it though, I think. Diff formatter. Oh god, that's a... Yeah, we're just gonna add all that. Oops. Add formatter. Get diff types, everything in there. I want to make sure I didn't like miss anything that I didn't want in here. Yeah. Oh, the verification for the windows, right. That was supposed to be in a previous commit, but I forgot. Finish ranges. Okay. Tweak multi-line instructions, RTS and jump to, no. Add specific code for new lines after an instruction and range. Fix up formatting code to handle comments and labels more correctly. I don't know if it's entirely correct yet, but more correct, right? Replace a label's single comment field with comment block and comment inline fields. The comment setting in the configs will Default to comment blocks if it contains a new line and to comment inline otherwise. Yeah. In a car outside, that's unusual because it's quiet. It's a quiet street in the evening on a Sunday in Germany. It's not common to have cars in Germany. Meanwhile, here at like midnight, 1 in the morning, some asshole will drive by on like a motorcycle or whatever, and you can hear him like 3 miles in either direction. Because it echoes. Bastard. Everything's closed on a Sunday. Ah. Everything's open today. Here anyway. Most everything. I think. Yeah. Add some window init verification. Make sure the named bank exists. It's one of the foot of snow. Loud motorcycles did not do snow. That's true. There's also loud cars. It's not just motorcycles, but you know, cars also. Had one. I had one like yesterday. I think 2 of them yesterday. Just being loud and obnoxious, like during the day though. Thankfully, so I live on a not a main road, but a kind of thoroughfare, sort of. I don't know. A busy road. I live off of a fairly busy road. And there's a Strode not far, so a block over there's a Strode with 4 lanes. Hotel next week, just saw the room price, €178 a night. Also, it's not gonna be a decent noise dampener. It can be if it's in the air, yes. Especially if it's in the air. That's why it's always quiet when you're out like shoveling snow and it's still snowing, right? No echo anywhere because there's so much stuff in the air. There's so much snow in the air. So much material in the air to capture that audio, right? Similar to why for like rocket launches, they flood underneath the rocket with water, is to help dampen the sound, the audio. No. Okay. Oh, relative labels. I need to figure that shit out. God, that's gonna be a pain in the ass, I think. So, how would I do those? I was thinking about this the other day. Of how I would do relative labels. And I basically need to count the number of anonymous labels between the place that it's used and the place that is defined. Right? And then once I know that number, it's easy enough to add the pluses or the minuses or whatever. Yeah. I also still need to figure out why I'm getting street names in Japanese in Street View in Germany. You using a VPN or something? That's funny. Nightmare Dragon, how you doing? Welcome. So anonymous labels. Currently, It doesn't do huh? Wait a minute. The label name is not empty, and it's not just a colon. Oh, or. There's an or there. Okay. Or the references is more than one. That's how I get everything in English and Chromium and in German and Chrome. References. Right. So whenever I come across a label, right? References is set. Ranger specifically, no. I think. Set one, no. I think here, set label? No, where do I do that? It might be in set label, actually. Not gonna be in there, though. References plus plus. Oh, it is. Okay, so this is what... so this creates a label and does not overwrite. So if it finds a label already there, it just adds one to the references. Okay, yeah, so that is doing that. All right. Would you want to use add-on labels for auto labels, or is this just to support manually configured ones? This is mainly to support manually configured ones. So auto labels are always going to be a given format that I might make configurable. I don't know. But I want to be able to specify it. This one here is an auto label, or an anonymous label, right? I have already done that a few times in the configs. Yeah, so it helps a little bit visually with short loops, right? But yeah, I want to be able to specify which ones I want anonymous, basically, right? Yeah. Language setting, yep. So I basically need to figure out No one there on Frankfurt. What? So if one is configured, do you actually want to drop it if it isn't referenced anywhere? I think for... Well, so that's the thing. So kinda almost. So I have it over... No, not in there. Types, and then... I think it's in here. Yeah. So a label must have at least one of those. It must have a name or a comment. Time to raid my fridge. No worries. Thanks for stopping by, Dennis. Appreciate it. You have a good night. So if it has a comment, it's automatically, and no name, it's automatically an anonymous label. If that is never referenced, it just drops the comment and not the label. But, well, Yeah, so I verifying that that anonymous label that's defined in the config. Is that how I did it? Where I gave them the colon in the config? I think it might be how I did that. Yeah, they are configured by making the name that. Yeah. So in the formatter, this guy here, if label.name equals that, I think I had an error where I was getting two of them. Yeah, okay. So that was an error that I forgot about. Is that actually referenced anywhere? Oh, that's referenced anywhere. Yeah, because this guy here, this one, that, yeah. So that's got a reference from somewhere. Otherwise, you wouldn't have needed that name equals that. Check elsewhere. Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be a bitch. Is that referenced somewhere else? Was it this one? Like, is that referenced in bank 1? Yes! Oh my god, okay. Oh, so it did have a reference, but that was too far. So what happened here, I added a label in without a name just for the comment. Then somewhere else, I referenced that address. I suppose what I could do is during the check, if it's not, well, if it's outside the bounds of, make a blank name, not force a non-label, just means label is not defined. Yeah. Yeah, it might be where if I have a blank name, an auto label will name it if it's referenced, not removing the comment. But if the colon's in there, and make it an anon, Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, so it's a bit more deterministic? I don't know. It's a bit more explicit. That's a better word for it. So yeah, let's come over to let's get rid of that in there. Whoa, not over there. Let's get rid of that there. Then over here, is this right? Yeah, over here. Label manager, set label. Do not overwrite labels. It's not just that. If not, okay, sure. Else, if l.name is that, l.name equals label.name. Okay. All right, I think that worked. More explicit and easier to reason about. If you set a comment at an address, leaving out the name, that only means setting a comment, not changing the label. Yes. Whereas if I do this, remake, beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. I'll do that. Yes. Okay, I like that. I like that better. I like that a lot better. Yeah. But now if I add an add-on to this, I at least think I want a warning or something if that label is in a different window. Or something. I don't know. I'll put that down as a to-do. Yeah. Not sure what yet, how I want to handle that. If I want to error out, if I want to warn. So this isn't doing it for all of them, though, is it? This doesn't seem right. Because I've got this guy here as well as... Well, no, that's just getting the bank. So this won't do the same thing if it's a global label. So I have a comment for global stuff. which I'm not sure I'd have, but I think I'd want to account for it, right? So we're gonna yoink this, put it there. Else if okay, and you know, it doesn't hurt to put that there. So wait, no. If okay, and no, hang on. If not okay. No, hang on. Not okay there. Return. Else, if global dot name equals that. Yeah. You're right. God damn it. Right. So default to global with no window. Yeah, I'm not modifying the right spot. If okay. And label dot name does not equal that. Equals this. Paste. Global dot name. Name equals label dot name. Return. Else, if okay. Return. So that doesn't change anything. That should work, probably. Yeah. I don't know if that's actually used or would be used. I don't know. Use when deciding the upper level list. Yeah. What is the start of that guy? 9-9. I don't think. Oh no, that's right. Probably start somewhere else, but whatever. 9-6. 9-6. Should start somewhere else. SPX bank. SPX bank 1. There's not all FFs. A2? A1. I cannot count, apparently. No, that needs to be 9B. Because this is something else. I don't know what that is. Address B596 and B559A. Bytes, not all FF. Name, label B596. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That works. Oh, that's all data. That's why. Okay. That's why it looks weird. Yeah, and this isn't even... Huh? Why is that a thing? That's why it's a thing. All right. So that's the Windows stuff kind of working. It's initialized to a certain value. That is not necessarily the correct window to put it in, though, because that's not a fault of the disassembler. That's a fault of me not configuring Windows. Fixed right here. I don't have any Windows configured. So this, if it's actually code, because it's got some weird shit in here. If that is actually code, if that might be looking at one of the tables in another bank entirely. Yeah. Yeah. Like looking up the character sets, the fonts, all that kind of shit, right? Yeah. So I need to go through the ROM and actually find where that stuff is and label it correctly. Yeah. In fact, well, no, because that's the only spot for that. So that might not even be correct data. I don't know. Aren't at all reliable until you get the Windows set up? Right. Right. They're like half reliable, I think, right? Yeah. And like I said, currently it's only because I don't have any of them configured. They're all just defaulting to, well, their defaults. So I still have to figure out how I want to do the static stuff, because I don't actually write out any of that anywhere. I don't think. Oh, no, that's going to be in here, isn't it? Yeah, I don't actually write any of that out. But I think I think for that, I need to figure out how I want to output all the defined labels as source. No. I might do its own source file. Or no, no. So each of these has an output. So I might just do a section up top that is all the labels from elsewhere or something. I don't know. I feel like I would need to have a count of what labels are external to the current bank and referenced in the current bank. Maybe. I don't know. Or I could just define all the labels in their own banks, just not worry about the externals. I might do that. Because otherwise I'd get duplicate definitions. How about globals? What do I put those in? I don't have an output on the on that config. I didn't even think of that. I think that might actually error out. Yeah, invalid output. Yeah, so global doesn't allow outputs yet, because I don't have that in there. Yeah. So once I figure out what I'm doing or how I'm doing the RAM stuff, or how I'm outputting the labels in general, actually, I'll get that working. Yeah. Anyway, let me hit the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay. Yeah, that a decent first approximation would be to put all non-defined labels there. Yes. Then other files later once you've figured out how to track where they should go, so you don't end up liking they're all separate in the rest of the source. Yeah. Not entirely sure. I don't know yet. But let's see if I can start. Actually, you know what? I do also need bank 2. 2. Paste all that. 2. Size, yeah. Address offset. It's going to be 8. Labels. Ranges. Okay. All right. Make. Where am I getting these? Huh? Wait a minute. No. Something went tits up. I never set the the window's never set for this. So it's defaulting to the bank 1 window. Address 8,000 window. No, not in there. Not in there either. Oh, I don't have any of them actually defined, do I? Shit. What? There it is. Address, window, and then the bank. Okay, yep. Window name, the bank name. Got it. Address, window name. PRG low. Oops. PRG low. Bank. Bank 02. Now it. Okay. Interesting. Bank 118. Really? One 8. Why is huh? Is that never? I have to actually make the map. There we go. Okay, that's better. That's better. Yeah. I mean, so I don't define like the banks that each window can show up in, so it makes sense that I have to assign a window at the beginning. So let me do that for bank 1 as well. Yoink, paste 1. This one shouldn't really be needed because it's initialized to this bank, but yeah. You know what, we'll do the fixed I think it's PRG fixed, right? ESBX dot. PRG fixed. Bank fixed. All right. Just for good measure. Bank one configure. Huh? Error read included line 10. Okay. How did I fuck that up? How did I fuck up? The config parsing there. How? What? What? Parse window defs. Alright, provided what? No? So it doesn't have labels, but it's the exact same layout for this shit. Semicolon continue, close bracket break. Huh? Item next. This or assignments? This is assignments. It's freaking out with this open bracket because it saw the previous one, which with labels and ranges it does the exact same thing and it doesn't break. Oh, am I parse labels? Parse. Oh, right. Parse one of defs. Right. Parse bank window. That's what I need here. This is why. That's too far out. This needs to be here. This needs to be there. Out of range bank 1. Bank window switch at C1000 out of range. It's from address 8. Okay, yeah. It's not where the window's located. It's when am I switching to that? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so now, so this at hex 8, at hex 8. Okay. That should be good. In theory. I think this is the reset vector here. 8003. What the fuck is going on up here? Labels at the end. Vector NMI. Size 2. That needs to be a range. Paste. No, that seems right. Vectors, size 6. What the shit is going on here? Huh? Why is it duplicating this now? I was reading 3 bytes of starting an address FFFF due to it thinking it was an instruction. Yeah, that's incorrect. 89 A B C D. I'm off by 2. We'll have something else. A decoded instruction. No. That's not an instruction. Shareholder, how you doing? Did you accidentally copy paste that? I feel like you did. Yeah, accept the terms. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. What the hell? Ah! It's because that is data, but it's creating that label. What happens if I hang on? Take this. Undo, because I could grab too much. If I take that. Put it up there. Why is that wrong? Because I need to put it in there. Take the init. Grab that. So range is first. And then the code. If I swap that around, what happens? Aha! That's better. All right. Evaluate ranges first, then code. I still don't know what the hell is going on with the 2-line thing. I don't like that. Is that just if it's less than stride, it's doing weird shit? Line count if length dd.data is less than dd.stride, return 1. No. What the shit? Why? Yeah, the address is different. So that's because it's giving a what's it? An offset, right? Maybe this guy, FE. FEFF. That should... What the fuck? Also, it's not giving me the... It's not giving me the label correctly. That one starts correctly. Why the hell doesn't the vectors one start correct? Is it because it's at the end of everything? Is it because it's less than a stride? Because I've got other ones of those, don't I? I have others that are less than a stride that work, I think. Oh, the hell they are. Nine A B, C, D. Okay. What is going on with this one specifically? Because that right there is overlapping a range. That's why. That A is there. Okay, so hang on. Then over here, type. If it's not code, sure. But I also need the length. So here, okay. If it's nil, just do data. If no instruction dot yoink that, paste. Okay. For I, uint 0. I is less than. Add I plus plus. if if t bank.type address plus I does not equal range code we're doing another one of these. Let's do, hang on. Take this. If long instruction. Okay. Nope. Not you. I typed that out as a note somewhere, right? 115. Invalid operation, types uint and int. Oh. Memory address or nil. What? DASM 116. Huh? Okay. Okay. I still don't know why this ain't... why it's giving me two of them. But, closer. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Appreciate that. So now, if there's an instruction that runs into data, it negates the instruction definition. Yeah. I still don't know what the fuck's going on with this, though. Is it... Oh, that doesn't change anything. When type is words, is size still in bytes? I think so. Oh. It's not decoded at that point. Hang on. Range, size. I can try changing it for shits and giggles. No. I cut it in half. That should error out on wrong size, because 3, it shouldn't be able to do that with 3. It's still doing it for... The words loop adds 2 for each word, so yes, it is in bytes. Here. Bytes, not values. Hence the 6. 3 addresses, 6 bytes. Right, so that's in bytes. Which is what I expected. Right? No, yeah, something else is, yeah. Length. There it is. I had the length wrong. There we go. Yeah, much better. Much, much better. And, bonus points, it's actually resolving those. It's good. All right, so for shits, stride 1. How fucking dare you? Stride doesn't work. How the hell? Stride 2? God damn it. That should have put it... Oh, God. That should have put each address on its own line. Do I not do stride stuff with words or something? No, that works on values, not bytes. Number of lines. Offset, value offset, not byte offset. Add byte offset there. What the hell am I doing wrong? Where's the other, this is the wrong one to be in. Screen lookup. Is that defaulting to... I don't have the type in there. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What the shit? Stride's parsed. Should be. Might be overwritten though. It could be overwritten somewhere. It's overwritten somewhere. If stride is 0, is it parsed? Yes. Okay. Is it copied from the config to the actual data? Good question. So that is over here. I don't think it actually is. Yep. Stride. RNG.stride. Or, yeah. Why are all these 8, by the way? Does that default to that? I don't want it defaulting in the config parsing, I don't think. Do I have like a default something? Default range right there. That's what it is. Oops. There we go. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Still defaults to 8, but it defaults somewhere else. Good. All right. All right. There. Another bug gone. Yep. This was swapped around. That's all that was. And overlapping functions, or overlapping instructions. Yeah, okay. That was adding auto labels to comments. Auto label stuff. Okay. Do you still want the for now? I think I want to rework some of it, but I'll add this as it is for now. Fix range bugs. Fuck, what else? Fix window bug. Oops, nope. I need to get rid of that. I'll commit that in a minute. I'll mend it. Overlap, yep. Fix default stride. No, fix stride setting not carrying over to data. Move where stride default is set. Move, but whatever. Fix instructions overlapping ranges. Range takes precedence. Decode ranges before instructions. Not that that really matters too much, but yeah. Allow auto labels to be added to comments that do not have a label. Um, fix range data length. Fix decoded data dot length. Initialize bank.window in new bank. Because oops. All right, home. Hold up. Why? Oh, fix parsing of fix parsing windows. Fix parsing bank windows. Hey, look. Right, and that's the swap. That's the swap. Yeah. Liner stuff. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Can't complain too much. Oops. Diff config parse should just be that. Yep. Add, commit, amend. Okay. Whew. Progress. No, I'm salary. I don't get overtime. Nope. No, on Friday, I forgot that I needed to install an update on 2 separate servers. And I did not want to deal with that on Monday. So I stayed late installing that, and I watched an episode of Free Run while I was there. While I was waiting for it to install. It only took about a half an hour, 45, I think, to actually install, which is a perfect length for the episode, so it worked out. Yeah. But I was exhausted when I got home. I was not in any mood. I was not in any state to stream, so that's why I didn't. Yeah. Yeah, this past week was rough at work. Yeah. Stressful, anxiety inducing. Lots of bullshit breaking that shouldn't be breaking. All kinds of shit like that. Yeah, so I worked from home twice this week. Once on Monday, because I wasn't about to shovel up my car in the morning. I shoveled it out that afternoon. That's fine. Dug it out that afternoon. So I worked from home on Monday. And then on Thursday, I worked from home because a box of sake was supposed to arrive. They rescheduled at 5 o'clock, saying, nope, we'll come tomorrow. I'm like, well, fuck you, I guess. So it's sitting at a pickup point somewhere. I gotta go fucking find. But yeah, so the day I on Thursday, the head of IT was in my location, just installing it in the rack. Just putting hardware in the server rack. Before this whole thing, I made my concerns known to my boss, being like, are we sure we want to do that in the middle of tax season? Are you sure? Are you sure? But are you sure? Oh, don't worry, he's just putting it in the rack. He's not plugging it in. I get a message. 7 o'clock. What exactly did it say? Hang on. Hey, guess what? All caps. I go, did the plant burn down? His response. All the inserters in my printer just went down. Take a guess why. Did IT unplug something he shouldn't have? You win! He tripped over something and took down all of production. I get a text Friday morning. Hey, we can't get on to the Linux server. What? Or no, she said like, how did she word it? So like, I can't access Red Hat or something like that, right? So I'm like, that's strange. She goes, yeah, restarted and called IT, and IT said to wait for you to show up. And I'm like, hold up, wait. Why does IT want you to wait for me to show up at the building to have them fix it? So I called her up and immediately joined to a conference call where another one of my coworkers also was having trouble. So I go, oh, it's not your computer. Something's wrong with the server. I get to work. Sure enough, the server's on, but no one can connect to the damn thing. I messaged IT, the guy that took the ticket, and go, hey, open the VM window, see what the hell's going on. I need to restart it. Let me know when. And I'm like, no one can get on it to restart the damn thing. I spent half of the day cleaning up the bullshit from the day before because he tripped over a wire and wasn't going to touch anything. We now need to put in our time worked at work. If we have a day that's over 8 hours, it gives a warning along the lines of, we appreciate your dedication for the job, but we want to remind you to keep your contractual hours. Oh. No, I'm in a parking lot, so my landlord plowed me out. Mail-in degree? I wouldn't be surprised if he had a mail-in degree, honestly. I really wouldn't. And it's frustrating because I had other production issues to get to on Friday that I did not get to. And those issues have been going on all fucking week. I know it's wrong. I know how to fix it. I just need time to fucking fix it. But I couldn't get to it because IT decided to break something else. So mad. Oh, without unplugging any of the stuff that's in the way? You sure? Yeah, and the reason, apparently, that Red Hat was down and when it eventually came back up, LPR didn't fucking work, was because this dipshit, when he plugged everything in, statically assigned an IP address that was already in use. For fuck's sake, but you're IT. You should know what IP addresses you can use. Also, why are your statically assigned IP addresses... Actually, it probably wasn't even in the DHCP range. It probably was in the static range that they would have set aside, be like, these are where the static addresses are, but didn't bother to fucking check a spreadsheet. Pisses me off. And so there's two other, in my view, IT issues that are open, right? So on the meeting on Friday, I brought them up. I go, hey, production's having a problem. The way production prints stuff on the cut sheet is they have a computer that has all the queues set up, and from that machine, they can send a print file to one of three printers, right? P1, P2, and P3. For whatever reason, P1 and 2 work fine. But sending from that machine, they cannot send to P3, the third machine, the third printer. In order to get jobs over there, they have to send that print job to P1 or 2, and then from that physical printer, forward it to the third one. Why? I don't know. I did start debugging it one day, 2-ish weeks ago, right? And the Q computer could ping the printer. The printer could ping the Q computer, but the Q computer was getting in a TCP error, whatever the hell. All right. Looked up how the Q computer talks to the printer. LPR. It's got a specific port number. Okay, I'm going to see if that port is open on the printer via Nmap. I open up Nmap, hit go, and the virus scanner immediately freaks the fuck out and takes my computer off the internet, off the network. Call up IT, be like, what the fuck? He puts me back on the internet, and at that point, I'm like, not my problem anymore. But IT was pushing it off, like, call Xerox. And we're like, whoa, hang on. There's 3 different systems here. Any one of the 3 could be the issue. It could be the Q computer, which is company A. It could be the printer, it's company B. Or it could be our network shitting itself, company C, us. I was interrupted trying to figure out which of the 3 entities is responsible for this particular issue. Because you call up Xerox, they're just going to say, fix the computer. Call the guys to the computer, fix the printer. So, I asked Boss Man. I laid it all out to Boss Man, right? And I went, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's IT's job to figure out who they need to call in. IT's job to debug. Right? He argued with me a little bit, and I pushed back. I go, no. How do we know it's the printer and not the network? No one's done the debugging. I don't understand. I don't know. I have no fucking idea how they're this incompetent. I do not know. So IT guys get a DCP lease and then have issues with it when it renews because the lease is too short. So they set it statically, and the DCP server assigns it to another machine, and you get a conflict. That could be something too. I don't know. It's possible. They're fucking brain dead though. Our IT. And then that was only one of the 2 issues. Another issue is FedEx WorldShip. That piece of software is garbage. I fucking hate it. I wish we didn't have to fucking use it. This shit right here, where you put in like package information, you can print out labels or whatever the hell, right? I hate this. So see this, that integration menu item right there? That allows me to set up exports. Hey, at the end of the day, export all the shipping labels you created throughout the day into a CSV file. Right? Was working fine until 2-ish weeks ago. Suddenly, that integration menu is now disabled and nothing fucking exports. Why? Fuck you. What's the fix for this? Someone needs to call FedEx and figure out what the hell's going on. I'm not about to call FedEx. The people that actually use this software don't know what the fuck went wrong because they didn't set up the automation. Right? IT doesn't touch this shit. No, it doesn't still use XP. This is just a screenshot I found. So again, I asked him, whose responsibility is it to fix this? And he goes, not yours. I don't want you on the phone with FedEx. And I go, good, I agree. Whose responsibility is it to fix this? Because one of the CSRs is going to keep coming at me until it's fixed. Whose responsibility is it? That's what I'm asking. Who do I go to? And he's like, come on, Mr. Boss Man, this is your job to figure out, not mine. Time on the menu because of some licensing for some component. don't think so. No. So there's two setups for this. There's two machines that actually have this FedEx software on it. The main machine is where I had originally set up all the integration, because that was the machine that controlled everything, right, for FedEx. And then there was a satellite machine that talked to the main machine to do everything, right? The satellite machine, the integration menu is still there, and I can manually export shit. I'm not about to set up fucking the automation over there for two reasons. Number one, I don't fucking remember what I did. Number two, I don't give a shit. I don't care enough. I don't give enough of a shit to sit over there for 2 hours and set that up. Just no. Fuck off. I'm not doing that. Because I've got other more pressing issues. Right? Like a workaround for this is they fucking print out a physical report to give to the CSR, who fucking scans it in, which is what they used to do. No. And as for license for this software, I don't think it's licensed in a traditional sense. Everything is done with account numbers, right? So, it's not the software that they license, really. It's you're paying for the packages that are sent, right? And depending on who is sending those packages, my company sends on behalf of our customers, right? So we use our customer's account number in here. So that's the account that is billed for each package, right? So they don't really have licensed stuff for here for this. I think you can just download this software and you can download it. But you can't use this without an account number, right? So you're paying them anyway, right? Similar with UPS. It's all account number based. You're not using the software without an account number, because that's how you ship packages, right? If it stopped working there, then setting it up there, the other place could stop it there too. Yeah, it's true. Yep. But at any rate, so I gave that all to my boss, and I'm like, what do? He's like, I don't know. Thanks for giving me headaches. I'm going to have to go figure this out. I'm like, you're welcome. You're welcome. You giving me headaches. It's about time I give you some. Your company never paid? Not never. No. It depends on the customer, and contracts and shit. For the large customers, yeah, for the high volume in that room, we use the customer account, right? Because it's already set up, and they send fucking volume. Sometimes they'll send 1,000 packages via UPS per day, and it's like $5 a pop or $15 a pop for every goddamn package they send. It's absurd. But other ones that are like a one-off from whatever customer, will use our account and then bill the customer that amount, right? So we don't have to get an account for the customer. We use the company's account, and then we just bill from that, essentially, right? Well, we bill the amount that was charged, essentially, right? But if we just use the customer's account number, there's less for us to get in the way of and have to care about, right? Because then FedEx goes directly to them to get the money instead of coming to us, and then we have to go to the customer to get the money, right? So, yeah. I assume there's some markup there that we do, but I don't fucking care, honestly. But, yeah. Yeah, so that's just a little bit of what happened this past week. The headache of this past week. Oh. I think I need to hit the bathroom again. Let me go do that. I'd hope there is, but with your company, who knows? Yeah, there's so much shit that is just ass backwards at this company. I mean, we're trying. So since we've been bought out, they're trying to correct these things, but the path to a solution that makes sense is very bumpy. Yeah. If they get a bulk shipping deal from FedEx and they probably charge a markup to make a profit. No, we don't. There's no like bulk anything for that I'm aware of. It's a flat rate based on like weight, which is hilarious because we set the weight for a single page as 1 pound. So the weights are fucking made up, essentially, right? Because if it's under a pound, it goes in an envelope and is billed completely differently or whatever, right? But we're using like a special like flat envelope, cardboard envelope. So we just put everything as a single pound and be done with it. And I find that fucking hilarious. So yeah, it's like $15 a pop. So they will send a check through FedEx or UPS. They'll send a check for like $5, but spend $15 to get it where it's going. It's like, fucking why? Why? So you can have a tracking number? Huh? But then there's other ones where like, oh, it's in special handling because that's $1 million check. Okay, I understand. Anyway, let me hit the bathroom again. I'll be right back. There's a flat rate for sending however much you want, no extra charge, but it's like $300,000 a year or something. Yeah, we ain't paying that. Yeah, that's that prepaid thing. Yeah. So I don't know the actual dollars and cents of all that. That's not my department at all, right? So I don't know. I can't answer those questions because again, not my department. I don't know. Okay. So I really don't want to do the auto labels. I think I want to try and tackle that off stream. The anonymous labels, not auto labels, the anonymous labels. Yeah, I think I want to tackle those, or attempt to tackle them off stream anyway. Yeah. So the only other thing that I have that I need the only other major features that I need to implement are Outputting labels from the global and the RAM, and outputting the label file. But I don't think I want to work on either one of them right now. Yeah. And the only other thing to do is continue on my disassembly. The actual disassembly, right? Not the disassembler, but yeah. Because yeah, I'm sure I'll find issues and errors and whatever while I disassemble. Yeah. All right. Let's reset. Where are you? Where is that reset vector actually? I am gonna want, I think, I'm I might want the data labels here for this, so I can actually see the values of it, because reset ain't in here anywhere. Oh, there it is. Never mind. This is the reset vector. Thank you. No fixed. If you want, there's always multi-line inline labels. Those almost work actually. Hang on. They almost work. It's just the spacing that's borked. It's right here. It's this. And all that is just going to be figuring out the spacing for that. And then there's going to be also the indent plus f dot indent minus 1. That's not correct yet. Format.sprintf. No, make fun. Over here. That's not off by 2, it's off by a bit. It's off by this much. 2 though. Okay, so that's the -1. So let's get rid of those, because those were accounted for with the join. Yeah. Well, such a little bit to spread across the ranges data lines instead of always being extra lines. I think it's. I thought about this the other day, and I think I want it to be always extra lines. I think. Yeah. Because if I wanted to spread it across the ranges lines, I'd have that as a personally. I think I would have that as a block comment, right? I think. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 12. Even for data ranges that get split due to stride. I think so, yeah. Oh, almost. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 for whatever reason. So 16. Ta-da! Okay. Am I gonna see Iron Lung? No, I wasn't planning on it. Is that a movie? Yeah, I wasn't planning on watching this. Is Markiplier in that? Yes. What the fuck is this movie? Are you seeing it just because Markiplier's in it? Is that why? Post-apocalyptic future after the Quiet Rapture event, a convict explores a blood ocean on a desolate moon using a submarine called the Iron Lung to search for missing stars. What in the fuck is that synopsis? What? A convict explores a blood ocean on a moon in a submarine looking for stars and planets. Fucking what? What? That sounds like... Oh, is it based on a game? That would make more sense for that batshit insane fucking... Yeah, I'm looking through the cast list here. Markiplier. Is he? Oh, yeah, there he is. As Jack, even. Should have been a short film. Looking for stars and planets. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't think you would look for stars and planets or whatever in a submarine. That seems like the wrong place to look. I don't know. I'm no astrologist, but the film was grossed $18 million against a production budget of under $3 million. Oh, I see mixed reviews. Yeah, all right. I mean, yeah. So I'm not gonna pay to see it. That's for certain. Not doing that shit. All right, that's not supposed to be 2 lines though. If the blood ocean was some kind of hyperspace, well, it says like on the moon. So like whatever. I don't care enough. Even though it's an indie, yeah, I don't care enough, honestly. I mean, all right, Markiplier, Jacksepticeye are in it, and I haven't watched them in fucking years. Not that I ever actually watched any of their content on purpose. You know, like 2 hours? Oh my god. Yeah, no thank you. No thank you. No. All right, SBX Bank 2. I don't know if I have much of anything. Hang on. I've got SPX BIOS. I do have Bank 2 stuff over here. So let's go and grab that. BIOS config Bank 2. Okay. All right. So I've got a bunch of shit in here. Sort that. Labels. Yoink. Paste. Ranges. Yoink. Paste. I think I want the ranges up top, actually. This is fewer of those. Bytes, 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 bytes. Address. Yeah, and let's also sort these guys. Like that. I don't know why I didn't sort like that over here. Oh, because the space is in there. And every hex 1000. That's not many of them, actually. All right. These are going to be ranges. Like that. Any others? Size 2. Oh, no, let me get the... What are these? Yoink. Paste. I'm not sure why these are commented out. Sort. Sort. There we go. Oh, balls. Hang on. Yeah. That in the end, replace with nothing, go. That in the end, replace with nothing, go. Range overlap. Uh-oh. That's a lot of them. That is so many range overlaps. What the fuck? Because that's bastard. Large chunk of shit. All right. Oops. Output. Bank 2. There you go. We got some stuff in here now. Yeah. Got all the same range, yeah. All those ranges right there. I said people use a pointer to find the data. Seems to be determined. Yeah, okay. CB. CB. Clean up some of this. The indenting there just for my sanity. Beautiful. A lot of weird shit happening there. Covers A, DD times. Okay. Neighbor being lodged on the door. Right, 4016 with NOP. Store. No. Okay. Have you read any book related with Go? Yes. No matter how you doing, welcome. Specifically the was it the parser book? It might have been the parser book. I don't know if I finished all of it, but no. CB on that one. What is this? That is data. So that's a data range. Start at 8 to A8 and 8 to AF type bytes. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Probably the same thing for this other one. 8 to B0. Oh, 8 to B0. 8 to 5, 6, 7. B7. Oops. Right, it's PP, yeah, CB there, and then get rid of that one. Good. Massive block of something. Horizontal line order. Okay. CB. No. CB. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Make it cleaner. Beautiful. Beautiful. I should probably get a syntax working with Vim for this specific format of config. Because it is kind of wonky with this. Oh, I like that. You know? These are old notes. 86. 8626. I don't know what that is, but it ain't looking like it's used. Is that actually data, though? F's. C6. I don't know if all that's actually data. Thing 2. Should be what's banked in right now. Right, yeah, it's banked in right now. What address? 88FE, okay. Messon sees it as data. Alright. Sure, data, why not? Not sure if any of it's actually read or not, but sure, why not? Memory self-test. Planning on writing this Supervisor to see how no, I am not. Nope. No, I'm writing this not as like an exercise. I'm writing this because I need the code. I want to use the code. Right? Yeah. I'm writing it to use it, not to, you know, just be like, oh, look what I made. You know? Yeah, I actually want to... Why didn't that do anything? I didn't save my changes, that's why. There it goes. Now. More data. RAM verify, sure. Right, one of the self-tests. Right. Oh! Already have 560 commits. Yeah, okay, we're just gonna new line it there. Like that. Good. Yeah, so I see both new lines and the /n as a new line correctly, which is good. What the fuck are these? What the fuck are these? Oh, they're probably referenced in the fixed bank, but I don't swap in the page right, or I don't swap in the page. So if I go over to here, maybe not. Okay, so bank 1 isn't referenced there. As I started in August, but I can't concentrate enough to be productive. Ooh. So I am struggling so badly with that at work. I'm having so much trouble staying productive. Because number 1, I'm exhausted. Number 2, I just don't give a shit. Right? That's what a lot of it boils down to. Is I do not care. Yeah. So my boss We had a meeting the other day about something. A sleeper, right? Basically, all it does is it receives a file from Florida and distributes it in New England, right? My plant. Things like print files and reports and other auxiliary bullshit, right? It's written in PLB because, of course, it is. This was written by the Stoner years ago, and I have patched it significantly over the years to not be god awful terrible, right? So my boss had this meeting with me because he wants to replace it, and I guess he thought that like I wanted to keep it around or whatever, which he is very wrong with. So he goes like, you know, like kind of toying or not tiptoeing a little bit on the subject about it, and I'm like, buddy, I've been being told for 3 years that you're going to replace this in Florida. I haven't done any significant work on the thing because I've been told that. For the love of God, take this off my plate. Please. Please take this off my plate. Rewrite its functionality somewhere else. That's where it needs to be. It shouldn't be in this sleeper. Please take this off my plate. And I can see him like relieved a little bit that I was, you know, suggesting that. And I'm like, this thing only gives me trouble. Like, why do you think I would? Why would I want this? It just causes problems. It's not code I originally wrote. And even if it was, I'd still want it replaced. Fucking replace it. For the main plant, not anymore. Santa Ana is the main plant over in California. That's the main plant. Sorry, but I wish I had a dishwasher. I wish I had one so badly. Cause I could just, after watching fucking Technology Connections videos on dishwashers, I'm like, damn, I wish I had one. Fuck. Is this what it means getting old? Wishing I had a fucking dishwasher? I'm in an apartment. No. I'm in a shitty apartment. I don't even have room for one. But I would love to just be able to, you know, throw shit in there. Not throw, but, you know, put stuff in there. And then when it's full, put a little bit of cleaning shit in there, close it, and hit go. And then fucking watch a movie or some shit. It'd be lovely. Yeah, unfortunately, I neither have the space for one, nor am I allowed to from my fucking lease or rental agreement or whatever the fuck. So that ain't happening anytime soon. I also want a fucking washer and dryer for clothes. In unit. That would be a godsend. I don't have hookups for that. There's a shit one in the basement that you pay for and is garbage. I barely have countertop space for, like, dishes. Right? My microwave takes up more counter space. More than half my counter space. All right? My fucking microwave. I do not have the space. I have like a sliver of a counter that's usable. And most of that's taken up with dirty dishes. Or drying ones. Yeah. Unfortunately, where I am, that only comes with the really expensive places or a fucking condo. You know? Anyway, you can stack something on or under the microwave? No, because it's underneath the fucking cupboards. I can't even stack 2 microwaves because the cupboards are in the way. Yeah, I go to a local one because, like I said, the one in the basement is dog shit. It's too small, too old. So yeah, it's tiny. The one down there. It's like a 20-pounder maybe. 30-pound maybe. And then the dryer doesn't fucking work. I have better luck just fucking hanging the clothes in the basement. Can you put something in the cupboards? Not really. I'm using all of them. I'm gonna clean laundry. Tells me in a laundry basket. I still need to fold. It's day 2 of it being washed. I dump my clothes out on the floor. Just say fuck it. I haven't actually put them away in well over a year. Full of NES cartridges. Not quite, but sure. I've got, what do I have in there? I've got some, well, you know, my plates and dishes and shit. I've got the little hot sake set in there. I've got my percolator in there that I'm not using anymore. I have a single bag of hot chocolate, a little pouch of hot chocolate I'm probably going to have tonight or tomorrow. That non-working job, I have no idea. Yeah. I'm gonna deal with the devil to get rid of the IAC. Am I considered it? So for me, I think it's more that I'm just, whenever I get home, I'm just exhausted. I'm fucking spent when I get home. You know? So if I didn't have my current job, I'd be fine. In my previous places of employment, I never had this situation where I leave my clothes on the floor. This is the first real time I've done that, honestly. So it's not wasting space? So what was the reason I don't use that anymore? So I used to get fucking store-bought coffee pre-ground in cans, whatever, right? Worked fine. And then somewhat recently, I say recently, like a few years ago, I decided, where is it? Why? This one. I decided I want to try this stuff. Good Dust Store, the Hank brothers are responsible for this. But I didn't want the pre-ground stuff, right? So my father, he grinds his own coffee, right? It's a fucking hand grinder. I ain't doing that shit though. So I'm like, let me try that, right? Let me go down that rabbit hole, right? So yeah, I forget exactly how it triggered, basically, right? But using coffee that I grind in the percolator, the basket for the percolator is garbage, and either gets clogged up, so I have so it turns off before it's finished fucking brewing, or the grinds get in the coffee. So I went, screw it, went to Amazon, bought a dirt cheap drip coffee maker and some filters or whatever, and I use that now. I don't have the I don't use the pre-grounds anymore from the store. I grind my own from that, so I get the big 5-pound bag, and it lasts me like 4 or 5 months, give or take. No. Take my clothes on the floor and get on my PJs. Yeah. This current job, there's so much like stress and anxiety, that I just fucking melt when I get home. So like this past week, I didn't touch this code until Friday. Or maybe even Saturday. I don't even think I touched it on Friday. I didn't touch any of this code at all last week. And And I want to get further on the disassembly code so I can get further on the other things that I've got backed up by it, right? One of them being this right here, this page, right? But also, so I have another box coming from Japan. Did it get consolidated yet? It got consolidated. Oh, that's expensive shipping. Oh. But it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 5 items in a box. They consolidated it. It's fine. I'm gonna have to ship that later today when I get off stream. It's a few things that I went, that's cheap enough. Fuck it. Shipping will be more expensive anyway. Yeah, it's not the code that stresses me out. 100%. Yeah. It's the deadlines for this code and the people around me stress me the fuck out. Right? Maybe because I don't have my own place. Oh, yeah, just templates I'm currently staying at. Yeah. Pre-run Starbucks. Oh, Starbucks. Blech. That is boiled dirt. All right. Boiled dirt. Yeah, I mean, I've told my boss, like, one of the main reasons, well, one of the reasons I don't give a shit about AI is because I like the writing code part. Don't take that the fuck away from me. What's the matter with you? Why are you taking away one of the parts I enjoy at work? Like, no. No. Make it go to my meetings so I don't have to go to those. How about that? Someone screws my 3 monitors on this tiny desk. Ugh. But yeah, it's the, oh shit, it all broke and it's breaking faster than I can fix it. That's what fucks me up. Right? Like, so this past week, a license changed, was getting swapped out, right? Basically invalidating or disabling a server in my plant, and which meant I had to get everything down to the Florida plant. I moved stuff down there, but because I was working so fast with that deadline, shit broke. And it's still broken. Some of it is customer facing, right? So those problems have just started, have just piled up, right? I know what's wrong. I know how to fix it. I do not have the fucking time to fix it. But that doesn't stop everybody else from asking me when I'll be done. Because the customer can't see their shit. There are little programmers that are happy I exist because they hated writing code. Then why the fuck did they decide? So there's this one guy I work with directly. So part of, God, so I made it clear that to my boss that, hey, there's not enough fucking time in the day to get this stuff down to Florida, right? So he's like, fine, I'll pull in some resources. I'm like, whatever. So he pulls in one of the guys from New York, right? And I send out an email laying out specifics of what needs to change. He looks at some of it, goes, I'm not doing that or that. I'm like, what the fuck? Part of it was, changing PGP to GPG and changing WinZip to 7-zip, right? But he doesn't know the command, so he's not doing that. Like, I laid out specifically in the email, change it from this to this. Whatever. So he modifies one of the source files, right? Sends it over for review. And my coworker was busy with other stuff. I don't know why they sent it to him first, but busy with other stuff. I eventually stepped in and said, hey, send it to me instead. Right? One look at this code and it was all garbage. So of the stuff he did change, which wasn't very much, it was all like data inside of strings. And I could tell fucking immediately he used Control F. Because shit in comments were changed as well. Old comments. No. What the fuck you doing changing that? Control H, so find replace, right? And on top of that, the email addresses and some of these variables were all broken because he took out the @ symbol. So I pointed out like 4 or 5 different things that were just wrong. And right? Screenshots and specific examples. Hey, this is wrong. These need to be fixed. He sees that I responded, says things are wrong, right? He opens up a fresh copy. You know, not the one he modified, but a new one. Does another find replace on something else directly going against what I had originally instructed. What? And he changed less than he did before. So I'm like, oh, this is worthless. I ignored the code and just did it myself. He moved on to another one of the program, whatever the fucks, right? Same fucking thing. I didn't even bother looking at the goddamn code because I knew it was gonna be shit, right? Just did it myself. Hell, even if his changes were correct, I'd still have to go through the code and make sure he fucking got everything, right? I don't trust him. Certainly not after that, right? So I was venting a bit to Burn, another one of my coworkers, and he works with that other guy, the New Yorker, a bit more on some web-based bullshit. We eventually find out that he doesn't consider himself a programmer. And the reason he's in GMC all the time is because it doesn't feel like programming. Oh, no wonder your modifications were bullshit. Go jump off a bridge. Don't touch any more of my code. You said so yourself, you're not a programmer. I don't want you touching my code then. Do not. Anyway, AI will weed out incompetence because they're just getting more stupid thanks to it. Maybe. I don't know. You don't have time, so they give you a dev whose code takes longer to review than doing it yourself. Yeah, because at that point, like, once I found out, once I read his review of the first piece of code and saw that it was bullshit, I'm just like, yeah, that's good, sure, and just did it myself. I didn't even bother trying to correct him on anything. I just said, fuck it, that's going to take more time. Fine, whatever. Do what you need to do to make yourself feel good. I'm going to ignore it outright and just do it myself. I still need to talk to my boss about that, too. Part of what the AI pushing C-suite doesn't understand is the house of cards and it is in an engineer's head. Yeah. AI always takes a new deck and never knows where the cards are before it starts. Yeah. There is such a house of cards in my head about this job. So many things that I've hit gotchas in the past, so I am aware. I know when that comes up again. I'm reminded. Oh wait, I hit a gotcha with this. I need to check XYZ. Or even if it isn't that explicit, it's didn't I have issues with this before? Let me double check and read the code real quick. Skim it to make sure that I'm not crazy. Then I'll skim it and go, oh, there's a note from myself to myself from a year ago. Okay. Closing PRs. I heard about that, yeah. I just get inundated with AI slop. What a time to be alive. Yay. Yeah, none of my repos are popular enough for that, thankfully. Popular enough to be inundated with slop PRs. Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah. And like the disheartening part of all this stuff is my boss is still trying to push it, thinking it's going to make our day better. And it's not, right? He sees more productivity coming out of it. I see less productivity, more headache coming out of it across the board. He's trying to, you know, he's trying to bring the hours down for different tasks. I get it, right? He wants things to be done faster or whatever, or more correct or whatever he thinks that means. But he's just gonna make it worse because he doesn't understand what he's doing. Am I using the new Microsoft browser extension that replaces every Microsoft link and logo with Microsoft? No, I'm not. No, that sounds funny though. That sounds funny. You know, something is going on when companies are slowly starting to rehire programmers, right? Yeah. Yeah. My boss doesn't see any of that though. He's behind the curve on that one. He just, you know, sees the savings that the snake oil salesman sold him on. And he's pushing this shit without any expertise in any of the fields he's trying to push it on. And it's incredibly frustrating. Incredibly frustrating. Yeah. I also guarantee you that Microsoft devs are as fed up with the company as the users. Oh, I'm sure of it. Yeah. Thank you. I'll appreciate that. Yeah, I'm sure of it. I'm sure that they are so goddamn fed up with it. Just like I'm fed up with the bullshit I have to deal with at work, you know? It's not a software development issue, it's not a management issue. Yeah. Yeah. Like, so the stuff that I'm working through at work, like the projects I'm working through, are not managed, full stop. Right? My boss says, hey, do this. Or the CSRs are, hey, this broke. And I'm like, well, fuck, I gotta find time for that. Right? Nobody, other than myself, knows exactly what I'm working on at any given time. Nobody, other than myself, knows all of the projects that I'm working on. That are assigned, not assigned me, but that are, you know, that I'm working through. There's no manager at my plant. The other ones have managers that help them out. I ain't got any of that shit. It's just chaos. It's just chaos. And I've said that point blank. Oh yeah, Florida, you know, they kind of do their own thing. Up in New England, it's literally chaos. It's just chaos. That's how we organize, is we don't. Please fix it. And they get a little chuckle or whatever. I'm like, no, I'm fucking serious. It's chaos and I hate it. It should be legal to be in upper management for a company which you've not worked. You have to be, I've worked in tech to be a CEO in tech. New England chaos. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I see all of the development work being taken out of New York and New England and shoved down into Florida. I see that, and I go, okay. I'm not moving to Florida. You don't have any traditional developers down there. Once I get everything down there, fuck it, my work here is done. Goodbye. You know? Yeah, so my boss wants so the Windows stuff, the Windows-based stuff is finished. It's not, but I need to fix a lot of shit. It's gonna take all week, I think. The Linux stuff, he's like, oh, you can do that in a day, right? And I'm like, fuck you, I can. There's still a bunch of other shit, auxiliary shit that needs to be fixed by IT that doesn't understand how to fucking do it, number one. In order for me to run the Linux shit down there, because of map drives and all that kind of crap. I guarantee you my boss doesn't understand or forgot or both the complexities of what I had asked and the gotchas that I pointed out. He's ignored those. I'm not getting a vanity plate. I'm not doing that. So he thinks it can be done in a day or two. I'm like, that's gonna take 2 weeks, minimum. Actually, it's probably gonna take a month just for one of the customers, the big bank, because I still haven't finished adding shit to that program to work in this new system. Yeah. Of course you don't listen today. No, so yeah, so there's a lot of stuff that IT needs to fix that I do not have the access to fix. It's not my department to fix, right? The map drives are the big thing. So in Linux, you can map remote drives 2 separate ways. I think it's CIFS is one of them. Yes. CIFS is one of them, and NFS is the other. NFS is based on IP address. That's how I have shit set up here, right? You're whitelisted, and anything from that IP is just good, right? It just works. That's how it's currently set up in my plant. CIFS is for connecting Linux to Windows shares. This requires a username and password, right? And in order for that to actually fucking work, it needs to be done under a user account. Which means anybody that isn't that user trying to use that mount doesn't work. Hello! Buzztronic, how you doing? Sephora for you. Achtung. Hello? Penguin operator, hello? How you guys doing? How was stream? As far as Samba using that directly, I mean, this is how you mount the Samba share. Yeah. You can have anonymous access like FTP server, but that's not a good idea. Yeah, it's... So the share I need to be connecting to requires a login of some sort. That's part of it, right? Because it's a share that already exists. So I brought this stuff up with IT and my boss, and IT suggested the thing that I already tried that didn't work. I'm like, fucking, you didn't listen to me, did you? Royal pain in the ass, those guys. Yeah. But welcome. I am distracted right now, but I'm working on my my disassembler that I've got into a decent spot. There's still some smaller things that I need to iron out, but for the most part, it works. So these two, this pane here and this pane here, are generated from my disassembler. The formatted comments are because those comments are formatted specifically for DA65. Rather, they are formatted to work around an issue in DA65 that I do not have here. But yeah, I'm making progress with this, and I'm at the point now where I just need to continue my disassembly efforts of the thing I'm disassembling, to find more bumpy spots, more or less. But yeah, welcome. How was stream? Just connect it from a Windows machine and sniff the NTLM handshake and use NTLM authentication. Problem solved. No, that ain't the right way to do it. She was good. That's good. That's good to hear. Yeah, I actually got stuff done on stream, which is weird. Feels weird. this the right bank? No, I'm on in the right bank here. ESPX Bank 01. There it is. But yeah, so yeah, this config format is something that I parse directly. Is by hand correct? Am I right correct in saying that? Did I parse it by hand? I think so, yeah. And hardcode the NTLM hash into the app, so if they finally change the password, it breaks. Do you always use account login at work over SSH keys? Into Linux machines, sure. But Windows doesn't know what the fuck that is. Samba doesn't know what the fuck that is. So, and even if I did, that share needs to be available to more than one user. And keys are assigned per user. Or not assigned, but they're restricted to like a user, right? In order to use the SSH key, that key needs to have special permissions on it that disallow anybody but the user that owns it to read it. You know? Ask me how I fucking know, because I set that up for one of the things. Oh, God. So this is like a once-a-year tax job that happens, right? Where we run some stuff up in my plant. It's remits or whatever. And I run a program that turns that into PDFs from Xerox's dumbass format. And then it's sent down to Florida, and they fold it into another job or whatever, right? So that whole send it to Florida, I set it up to use SSH, or SFTP rather. I used an SSH key, the whole nine. I got it working. I got it working for the first year, and it worked beautifully, right? Sent the file, sent an email saying the file's there. They went and got it. The next year, something changed, and that SFTP no longer existed. Fuck me. So now, for the past 2 years, actually, I've manually moved the output to some fucking share somewhere. And be like, okay, it's there now. But all the little like error checking things that I had in there to be like, oh, you need to run it as this user are still there, because of course they are. So I gotta jump through hoops to run the damn thing, the damn program. Royal pain in the ass. Royal pain in the ass. I hate this job so much. This job is such a bullshit job. Because this is customer data. You're not putting customer data in a repo. You're not doing that. Yeah. That, and you wouldn't want to put gigabytes of PDFs into a fucking Git repo. You just don't want to do that. That doesn't make any sense. You know? Especially shit that has, like, customer-sensitive data in it. You don't want that in a repo, because you delete that after, like, 30 days, tops. Right? You don't want the history. You do not want that history. But the file is generating the PDFs in the repo. Yeah, the code. Put the code in the repo. But you don't want any of that data in there. You do not want that data in there. Bank account numbers and names and addresses and sometimes social security. You do not want that information in there. What if the tail on the head of its... It's just making a more work than what you need. Password protect the zip. Sometimes not even that. Sometimes we don't even bother. If we send stuff around encrypted, we PGP it. If this once a year job, I don't remember if we do or not. We might. Bossman's trying to get rid of that. to, you know, use drive encryption or some bullshit. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't care. Sure. Whatever. I don't care enough. Oh, yeah. My company would be fucked in so many different ways. Oh, yeah. I was talking with, because I want to stay in late the other day, I was talking with the new compliance guy at my place, right? Now, he's replacing someone that was afraid of computers and was a moron. She was the reason we were still using deprecated software that was no longer supported by Microsoft. But we're using that on-prem because she thought that was more secure. And it's like, no, this is ancient. It hasn't had security updates in years. How high are you? Can you read? She was an idiot. New guy, great guy. He talks to me, and he said the other day that he appreciates the information I give him, but he doesn't like talking to me because he finds out more shit that's wrong. Is it about to learn DSA and C#? I don't know what DSA stands for. Welcome though. How you doing? Hey man. I don't know what. You mean like the encryption? Like DSA encryption? Oh, data structures and algorithms. Yes, the careful with acronyms, because there's only so many three-letter acronyms, right? Yeah, C# a great place for that. I mean, C# is a good language. It's a fine language. I write in C# sometimes. Yeah, lots of resources online for it, so I don't see why not. We have saying basic programming. Yeah, for that, what matters less is the language, and what matters more is, you know, how you're structuring things and learning the different data structures and all that. Yeah. Yeah, there are only so many three-letter acronyms. Exactly. Yeah. I think GDPR finds one for every single person's data. Whoo. Whoo. Yeah, for that, any language works. Yeah, as long as you're not, I don't know, diving into assembly as your first language, you know. But even then, you can make that work. Uh-oh. Why is this so large? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, that's do not abbreviate Cyberpunk or San Andreas. Do not abbreviate those. It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. Assembly. To be fair, though, assembly will teach you data structures and algorithms by way of write it from the ground up yourself. You'll learn it one way or another. So if you're determined enough, you could do it. I cannot recommend it. But, I mean, it depends on how determined you are. You know? So, writing an assembly really drove home what a pointer was and how it worked for me. Right? It's where it really drove it home. Was an assembly. Like, I knew kind of what they meant or how it worked or whatever, but I didn't have a deep understanding of it. But once I needed them in assembly, I go, oh, I get it now. I understand it now. Okay. Yeah. Having to implement linked lists or whatever, or arrays or other data structures, you know, in assembly, you get familiar with what you're writing, you know? Consider computer-based training, cognitive behavioral therapy, closed beta test. There are at least 2 other definitions out there. Yeah. Yeah. Don't abbreviate any of those. Because, nope, don't want to do that. Gotta be careful. Gotta be very careful. And I want a few lists accidentally. That's my point in C#. I have to use the unsafe keyword to use pointers. No, you don't. That's passing things by reference. Is what you want to do, right? If you want the raw pointer explicitly, yeah, that, you're going to be unsafe there. But passing something by reference is passing a pointer. If your teacher failed to go over that, that's a different story. Can you use Marshall? That, huh, what? There we go. Didn't I have a better explanation of that? E6. That's in bank 1. So let me do that. Get bank 1 mapped in. I can find you for storing data which you do not have a really good reason to keep. Yeah, so the data that we have is sensitive, and we have good reasons to keep it because we're putting it on paper and printing it. No. All right, what is that address? 985E. And our customers literally pay us to put this stuff on paper. So. Oh, provides a collection of methods for allocating unmanaged memory. There you go. Copying unmanaged memory blocks and converting managed to unmanaged types, as well as other miscellaneous methods used when interacting with unmanaged code. Well, there you go. It does all unsafe things, but safely. There you go. There you go. Yeah, typically if the language has a construct for safe and unsafe, unless you really know what you're doing, you want to avoid those, right? You want to avoid the unsafe stuff. Unless you're writing like some kind of internal library for something internal to the language, right? Or you really know what you're doing, you should avoid those. No, okay, that's what I've got there for that one. All right, I thought that was whatever. Why you just comment it out? Uncomment all this shit. Oh, I bet you these are all blocked when they shouldn't be. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Yeah, like this, I don't think should be a block. Buffered it with the handler, and then the next one. This is not sorted right. What the fuck? Oh nope, I'm just blind. Okay. Got it. In 2023, Meta got a 1.2 billion euro fine specifically for storing data that didn't have a good reason to keep. Ooh, nice. Did I hear about that? I feel like that was something I heard about. Oh. Oh. Not enough, yeah, not enough. What is popping up? No, I think I want these online actually. CI. There we go. I can put them as blocks later if I need to. It's because they're legally limited to 2% of annual operating revenue. That's unfortunate. Number of tiles written. Yeah, well, this one will do. Yeah, let's do like that. You know what? No, let's do CI. Oh. 5 out of the 10 biggest GPR finds were Meta. So it's operating cost now. Yeah. Like I saw a video short today. Bezos, that bald-headed fucker. His estate over in California, wherever the hell it is, LA or something. It has a massive hedge fence, right? I don't know how high it is, but it's like 4 or 5 times the legal limit for that area, right? But it's still there. It's just he gets fined for it, right? The fine is like $1,000 a week or month or day or whatever the fuck, right? $1,000 at a interval per whatever that it's not fixed. So yeah, that's just an operating cost for him now. You know, that's just an operating cost on top of the tax, or whatever, for that land, if he even pays any of it. Yeah. The fine is based on how much you're worth. Yeah. Yeah, because if the punishment is only a fine, it's not illegal. It's just an operating cost now. That's all that really means is, all right, if you want to do that, it's going to cost this much money. It's a subscription. See it that way, you know? A slap on the wrist. All right, that's operating cost. Account for that in your budget, and you're good to go. Ignore whatever law you're breaking. You just pay the fine. Right? Which is dumb as hell. But what the fuck do I know, right? What the hell do I know? In the case of the rules, ought to have a provision for limit growing bigger for each conviction, say starting at 2%, but the next time is 3, then 4, etc. Extra tax for the state, they won't care. Yeah, fines are punishments for the poor and inconveniences for the rich. Yep. A 50 or more. God, that's such a dumbass idea. Yeah. And the orange fascist, when he said that in an interview, right? He goes, "Oh yeah, they're 40 now. They go up to 50. What's the matter?" And the interviewer interrupts and goes, "No, they're 30 right now. What are you talking about? They're 30-year mortgages." He goes, "Oh, 30, 40. What's the difference?" Fucking 10 years. What do you mean? What's the difference? 50-year mortgage. Fuck. I'm never gonna own a house in this country. Never gonna happen. The cost of all of it just keeps going up. Keeps skyrocketing. You know? And I heard today that insurance rates for houses are going like at least twice inflation rate. Cool. Bread, milk, etc. Yeah. Yeah. 50-year mortgage makes sense if you have kids to leave it to, though. That's when the interest rate isn't viable. No. I'm going to disagree with that, actually. No. Yeah, houses aren't built to last 50 years. They're built dirt fucking cheap. You ever see, shit, what's his name? That one home inspector out in Arizona. I can't tell you who the builder is, and he walks by their sign. Like, he's finding shit that like, sci-fi, yeah, that guy. He's finding shit that, like, does not pass regulation at all. Shit that's outright fucking broken, right? And he has to fight with the contractor to get it fixed. And he's been taken to court a few times over these things. And won. Thailand because of cheap housing. Okay. Well, knowing the banks, the interest rate was crazy. Yeah. Yeah, more than 30 is impossible to pay off. Yep. And that's what the lenders like about it. Yep, because they can repossess the property and get paid. Exactly. Meanwhile, well, not meanwhile, but in years of old, a house would cost, well, you'd be able to pay off a house in 5 years on a single fucking income and support a stay-at-home wife and like 2 kids. You can't do that anymore. My coworker works 2 jobs. She lives with her mother that works a job or 2. She has 2 kids. The older one works a job. They're barely scraping by. They all live in the same building. They're still paying off the mortgage. Car expenses are through the roof. It's just too expensive. Buildings last like 100 years. Be lucky if they last 10 here. What country are you in, out of curiosity? If you don't mind me asking. You're in the U.S. houses don't last 50 years. Here we got buildings that took longer to build than that. Yeah. 600 years to build. Yeah. Without power tools, even. Turkey, okay. Quality of the buildings depends on the city. I mean, same here. Kinda. You know. Yeah, here we'll get. God, so a former coworker of mine, she left. God bless her soul. She got out of there, and she had support with that too. So she was able to. But before she left, her daughter was looking at buying a house, and it was a flipped house, right? Which means, if you're unfamiliar, a house flipper, contractor or whatever, general contractor, bought a house, put a new coat of paint on it, turns around and resells it, right? Flip the house. Because she was looking at this house, and the owner was a flipper, right? And the pictures looked phenomenal, looked great in the pictures. Went to go see the house, issue after issue after issue after issue. Like, oh, the septic's not done. Got to redo the septic. This is not. It's gonna need a new fucking roof. What the fuck? Huh? Or yeah, that's if the house flipper doesn't make it fucking worse, you know. You know, it's set up so that new houses are designed to last 39 years or something like that before the builders cut corners. Yeah, I don't know about designed to last 39 years. I don't know about that. That's the first I'm hearing of that. But builders cutting corners, oh yeah, yeah. That's also where the rub is. No, you have Now you have two people working and pooling their money together and pricing everyone else out of the market, so they're forced to rent. And richly pricing landlords buying up properties and later that profit off of the rents. Technically, 12K years. Let's say that my Turkish friends went to the U.S. for work. I'm still there. They built fortunes despite being exploited with low wages. Fortunes. Fortune from what perspective? From the perspective of someone, from my perspective here, the salary I make is not enough. If I were making the same salary in the UK, I'd be fucking set. Right? Inflation for generations, same in the US. I just don't live in London. Fair. Cultural habit that causes wealth building. Wealth building. What do you mean by that? Each of our population spends only on needs and rarely on wants. We have a habit of silver/gold stacking. I mean, a lot of the people I work with work paycheck to paycheck. And the majority of their paycheck goes to bills and fucking food and shit. Right? Should we make 150K a year minimum based on how you're talking? Yeah. I should be making 150K a year. I'm not. Most places in London have an average salary of 80K. 109. It's more than I'm making. Oh. Cold Zero, how you doing? I'm distracted right now. Welcome. Yeah. I do have assembly up on screen. And we did actually make progress today. But, yeah. Venting about work and the bullshit that comes with it, you know. How you doing? How's your day? But yeah, I mean, I'm looking at houses and whatnot, right? Every once in a while when I feel like being depressed more. And I look at what the monthly would be. And it's double my current rent. And that's not even including any maintenance costs that I would need. You know, not including like the land tax or whatever. I'm just straight up not making enough. You know? I was working around 2K in US USD monthly. That's for an experienced user worker. You cannot survive off that here. Your rent. Well, rent in my area. I lucked out with where I am right now. This is why I'm still here. But rent in my area starts at $1,500 a month. Starts there. It only goes up. Only goes up. And that's for like a 1-bedroom. I know, I've looked. And from what I've heard, it's been a while since I've been on the market looking for a place like this. From heard, you're not even able to apply for a place unless you make at least 2 times the rent. Right? So you can't apply for a $2,000 a month apartment if you don't make, unless you make $4,000 or more a month. Rent's about $1,000. I don't live in the inner city. My rent's $1,000. And that's dirt cheap for this area. Yeah, I don't live inside of Boston. Rent in Boston starts at like 25 in the city. 2,500 a month or something stupid. A while back when I was looking, this is like a few years ago now, I was looking and there was one place that looked in my budget at like 1,500, right? I look at it, it's a fucking basement. It's like a one-room basement somewhere. I'm like, oh, well, that's not feasible. That's a nope. Oh. Shit's so goddamn expensive, and it's so frustrating. Yeah. And I guess kind of thankfully, I don't know. So my parents, they live in a place that they do not own right now. They're getting up to retire age. Right? But they understand that they will not be able to own a place ever. Because they see, they've been looking at it, and they've been in the weeds themselves looking for places and looking what to do when they retire. And they can see that none of that is affordable. So at least I don't have my parents like saying something's affordable when it's really not. At least. Not saying much, but yeah. Yeah. $1,000 a month in the US is cheap. Alone, never gonna be buying a place. Yeah. I do not see myself owning a house in the US ever. Over 30% of income going to housing is considered cost burdened. That applies to a lot of people. My parents' houses eventually. Sure, with my brother, but hopefully in the far in the future. That's $1,000 a month in the U.S. That's my rent. That's my rent. And I understand it's dirt fucking cheap, which is why like I said, which is why I'm still here. So, which is why I put up with not having a dishwasher, which is why I put up with not having a washer and dryer in unit, right? That's why I put up with that, because the rent's so dirt cheap. Back from falling asleep. Good morning. Average 3 to 5. Jeez, that is wow. A mechanical dishwasher, all right? Go to hell. A machine can do it for me. Now, so when I was living at home, growing up, or whatever, right? My parents had a dishwasher. Never used it though. They legitimately used it as a filing cabinet. I kid you not. It was hilarious. So you'd open up the dishwasher and there's like books and shit in there, right? So I mean, my parents' reason was, oh, it just doesn't work. Dishwashers don't get it clean enough. I'm like, all right, whatever. I just accepted that, right? No place I've ever been in has ever had a dishwasher. What the fuck would I know? Right? Fast forward to, I don't know, last year, maybe, whenever it was, a year or two ago, Technology Connections dropped some videos about dishwashers and basically being like, you're using it wrong, dipshit. And backed it up with data. And I'm like, well, shit. I guess they were. I want one now. Two dishwashers? What the fuck? Flexing bastard? What do you mean two dishwashers? Throwing pots in the oven? That one at least makes more sense, right? That one makes more sense, because, like, cooking stuff. Things you use to cook with in a place that cooks things. That makes more sense than books in the dishwasher. They were using it wrong. Yeah. We have a dishwasher, but rarely use it. Papers get on the way. Yeah, the papers get a little in the way of washing, just a little bit. And to be fair, I mean it's perfectly plausible that dishwasher was in fact broken and they just didn't fucking bother to fix it. It's plausible. Because that one did come with the house, and the house is old, right? What also came with the house was I didn't realize this until my parents pointed it out. My father pointed it out. So my father's a pastor. They live in a parsonage, so it's a building, it's a house owned by the church, so they don't own it, right? And that's where I grew up, and I didn't realize this until my father pointed it out to me a few years ago. The former pastor was such a piece of shit that he would he beat his wife, I think, had rage issues. My door to my bedroom, it was one of those really shitty cheap doors. It's an interior door. It's like the thinnest bullshit wood on either side, and it's just air in the middle, right? One of those doors. He had punched the fucking thing, so there's a hole in it. I didn't think anything of it because I was fucking 5. What the hell am I gonna know, right? But yeah, I didn't realize that until my father pointed it out to me years later, a few years ago. He's like, yeah, that's why there was a hole in your door, because the previous guy couldn't manage his temper and he's beat his wife. I'm like, oh shit, what the fuck? I don't know why I brought that up. I forget why, but oh yeah, it's that type of question, right? Yeah. So it's plausible that dishwasher he kicked or something and broke. Sure, it's possible. Paul, how you doing? I'm not saying your full name, but welcome. Haven't made it to the solar energy video yet. I can tell her. I can tell he tried to get preachy, but still couldn't take it. He tried. Clearly, you did not see to the end of the video. Preachy is putting that extremely lightly. For the record, I agree with what he's saying in that video, strongly. Yeah. Beating his wife. If you watch a single play, 20K a year is crazy. What? Wash a single plate or two under the running water of the sink by hand, rather than washing them in the dishwasher for several hours or filling the entire sink with water. At first, you save a lot of water. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Have you seen Technology Connections videos on the subject, where he measures that exact thing? I guarantee you, I myself use more water than he showed in that. I guarantee you, I do. Mary agrees, so I don't like my entertainment passing moral values on me. I understand that to an extent. Are you in the States, perchance? Are you in the U.S. or somewhere else? So I'm in the U.S. obviously, and the political climate here now is bad enough that I fully understand him having something to say publicly about it. Right? He has 2 videos on dishwashers. It's hilarious. Cause the first one he did his thing, and then the second one was some people pointed out some things I overlooked, so we're gonna do it again. Let's go. No. Would your father buy the house from the church or providing for? He wouldn't be able to afford to buy it. if that was even an option, which it isn't. But he would not be able to afford it in that area. Full stop. And a feature films where the dishwasher content that made more. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, the latest video is on renewables. And again, he brings out the numbers in it. You know? I don't wash a single dish in this thing of running water. I use about a cup worth of water. Honestly, the dishwasher that uses less. I'm using more than that. So the magic of buying way too much fucking dishwasher detergent. Yeah. In his latest video, the magic of buying 2 of them unfortunately did not work out in his favor this time. He tried. A for effort on that one, but do pastors really make them? I make more than my father. I make like double what he makes. Yeah, so I make significantly more than what my father makes right now. I don't know this for a fact, but I would not be surprised if the combined income for that household is less than what I make. And they are in a very rich area. The only reason that they can live there is because they're not paying a mortgage. It's the only reason. Let's go some trust pick. I'm assuming it's all from donations for the church. You are correct, and part of that goes to the pastor. Yes, you are correct. His salary comes directly out of the offering. All of the church operations come out of that offering, and I mean, over the years, you know, the numbers, the attendance has gone up and down and up and down. It's, you know, all over the place. And for whatever reason, they're in a bit of a lull now. You know, the attendance has been down, kind of consistently. Like, I have more viewers right now than he probably had this morning. Probably. I don't know for sure. I haven't talked to him yet today. I typically don't ask numbers because I feel bad, honestly. I do. But yeah, the place is shrinking. My father's getting to retirement age. If he's not already there, I don't remember his exact age. Yeah. Close to partner numbers? I mean, if this was consistent and not via raids, sure. But I had 2 raids tonight, which is why I have those numbers. Before the raids, it was like 30 something. But that's roughly what his attendance is about 20 to 30 each week, and all of the expenses come out of that offering. All the expenses for the church. You know, saying that I earn more than my parents combined. Yeah. My brother earns more. My brother's 10 years younger than me. He earns more. You know, I think all of us, my brother, my sister, her husband, I think individually we all make more. You know. My mom says I should become a pastor because they make so much. No, they do not. No, they do not. Unless you're in a mega church, you ain't making shit. If you're in a local church, you're not making the big money. Yeah. Yeah, the TV pastors. Yeah, mega church. Right? It's the numbers, right? But I wouldn't want to be involved in any capacity with those kind of places. Yeah, pastors can make a lot of money, but that's exactly like streamers on Twitch. Exactly. Yeah. A few make a lot of money. Everyone else makes pennies. You know, I make pennies. I moved up from lower class to bordering lower middle class. Yeah. Yeah. It's rough. It's rough, but You know, so my parents are starting to think about, you know, retirement and what to do then and how to make that work. You know, I don't want to see them having to still work past retirement age, you know? But I don't know if there's a viable alternative to that, honestly, right now. You know? Which is unfortunate. I mean, again, I look at my future, I'm like, I don't think I'll be able to ever stop working either, which that's a bucket of bullshit too. You know? I won't be able to afford a retirement home. That costs money, don't you know? That costs money that they do not have and I don't have. You know? Yeah, my sister was able to buy a house, though, in bumfuck nowhere, New York. Yeah, retirement homes are expensive, especially the good ones. And a not good retirement home, you go to die in, essentially. You do not want to be put there. Choose any other Daedric prince. Tax fraud enjoyer. Hello, how you doing? I thought someone might be paid by Medicare. The cheap ones are garbage. The cheap ones you would not want to walk into. Really expensive. Both my grandmas needed to go into it. One was expensive and the other was government assisted, and it wasn't good at all. Yeah, I've heard horror stories. You know. And then the other side of that. So an old family friend. Her name was Jean. So she had been widowed for fucking 40 years or some shit, right? When my parents met her, she was already widowed. And that was almost 40 years ago. Because I was like 1 or 2 or something like that, right? And we've known her, I've known her my entire life, right? Anyway, so she lived in her own house. She had a house. Her kids didn't want it. Her kids didn't want to. They didn't really care to take care of her, right? I mean, they were around, but they weren't. No one was living with her. She was living alone, right? She was getting up there in years, and like she would call my parents all the time, and to my mom especially to talk and see how everyone's doing and all that kind of stuff, right? Eventually, she decided to sell her house and use all that money to go into assisted living. Because she bought that house 40 fucking years ago, or 50 years ago, however long ago it was, she made fucking bank, right? So she got herself set up in a very nice retirement home. It was so nice that she stopped calling my parents because she was having such a good time. Right? She eating steak all the time and fucking drinking wine and playing poker. We didn't know she knew how to play poker. She's over there playing poker in a retirement home. She was having a blast. No. Eventually, though, she got old enough where, you know, she passed away. But she was set in that place. She was absolutely set in that place. She was happy, but that was an expensive place. She could afford it because she was sitting on a house for 50 years and then sold it for like $500,000 probably, right? So, if you can find one in a small town with few people in it for a home, a retirement home. Like I wouldn't say it was one you went to die into, but it wasn't really a happy place. Yeah, the difference between the two are night and day. Mm-hmm. Mom did a lot of work to get her mom into an okay home. Yeah. How does retirement work with the church? Do they have like a pension, or is it Social Security and private retirement accounts? Social Security, if anything, because I mean, his salary is paying taxes, right? The church doesn't pay any, like, I don't think, property taxes because it's nonprofit or whatever, you know. But my father still has to pay income tax on his income, right? So yeah, so he's still paying those taxes. He's not paying, like I said, property tax because it's a nonprofit church that owns it. It isn't him that he doesn't own it, right? So yeah, I mean, if Social Security still exists when he tries to take it out, yeah. As for private retirement accounts, I'm not informed enough on their finances to know if they've set one up or not. It's possible, but given the cash flow at the church over the years, it isn't going to be anything to really last, right? I don't think so. No, I mean, this isn't stuff that I usually talk to my father about, but I don't know. Does the church have a pension for people who have been pastors for years? No, and even if it did, it wouldn't be able to afford it. My father's has been taking pay cuts over the years, so the pay's been going down, and everything else has been going up. All the cost of everything, cost of living, everything's going up. So the church wouldn't be able to afford that at all. And I suspect the next pastor that goes there after his retirement will have to have a day job, you know, and do the pastor thing on the weekends or whatever. Everything's a fucking scam now. It's so depressing. It's so depressing. Looking at prices for anything, you know. I forget exactly how that worked for like a replacement. So there's two ways, well, there's a few ways that like that kind of thing will happen, right? The church can kick out a pastor, right? At that point, the deacons would get together and form like the hiring committee, essentially. And they would do the interviewing and the reaching out to prospective pastors or whatever, and, you know, through a network of other churches and connections to schools or whatever, you know, they'd get pastors to interview and try out or whatever. Usually, that process will include like a Sunday or two of sermons or what have you, and in the interim, while this process is going on, there are I don't know if I'd call it a service, but there are outreaches, nonprofits out there that are pulpit fillers for specifically this kind of reason, right? Where church is in between permanent pastors, so they get a substitute, essentially, right? My parents are actually looking at doing that, becoming a temporary, right? A substitute. Includes a bunch of travel, staying in one spot for only a little bit, right? They were thinking about that because, you know, to travel a little bit, cool, awesome. They could just use an apartment somewhere cheap, right? But housing would be covered by the nonprofit or the church, one of the two, you know. 2GR for secure, yeah, Mr. Moneybags over here. But yeah, so they floated that idea. No, he's the highest. I mean, there aren't many others so he's the top of the chain, I guess. I don't know. But he has a few deacons. He has a treasurer. And it's a democratic kind of system that goes on, right? Any major financial things that happen with the church or decisions that need to be made, major decisions, the deacons would review it, and then it ultimately goes to a vote for a vote from the members of the church, right? Yay or nay, kind of thing. This includes like salary stuff too, I think. So everyone knows how much he's getting. That's not some secret or whatever. But yeah, so they've been looking at that for a while. It almost happened. I want to say 2 or 3 years ago. He almost pulled the trigger on that. Ended up not doing it for a variety of reasons, I think. Yeah. What type does it follow? Baptism or so originally the church was the denomination of Northern Baptist, which I never heard of since. Well, I mean I grew up with it, so whatever. But they're dropping. They've dropped the Baptist tag because that's turned people away. So they're just a Bible church now or whatever. I don't know. Trap, how you doing? A friend of mine's father is a pastor, trapped to go to failing churches, or tapped to go to failing churches and turn them around. So he's had to move around a lot, or at least when he was younger. Yeah, I mean, there's people that do that. And now they're a northern church. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Yeah, the Baptist name in the Baptist term has turned people away. Like they've found out through asking people that they showed up once or twice or whatever. The Baptist isn't really a thing we care about. I mean, all right, well, I guess we'll drop it from the name. No, just everything being Catholic where I'm from. Well, yeah, there's in my small town back home. There's my father's church. There's like 2 or 3 other churches. I think one of them's Catholic. Another one's like Presbyterian. The Church of D-Ram, never. My parents and sister keep trying to get you into church again. Yeah, thankfully my parents have stopped bothering. My father understands it more than my mother does. My mom is sad or whatever and hopes that I don't know, come back to it or whatever. I'm like, no, that's not happening. My father understands that. No, it's not happening. He's more down to earth than my mother is, honestly. Especially to all the denominations. I'll do it. The church SRAM would be more likely. Sister's getting big into it. Almost down to this one. Yeah, my sister is still in that mindset. My brother isn't. My brother doesn't go anywhere. Doesn't go to any church. He doesn't care. My sister though, she's right up there with it. And now I think my mother is doubling down more now that she has a grandchild and another one on the way, thanks to my sister. And I don't know, it makes me uncomfortable. It makes me very uncomfortable seeing it. I don't know. Never? No, worshiping the single stick of crucial 32 gig DR4 so dim either on the altar? Yeah, right. UVE prom. Got it. The only person I could call religious is my family. In your family was my grandma when she was alive. Yeah, my grandparents. So the ones that are still alive now. My grandfather, not at all. Former sailor, still swears like a sailor. My grandmother on that side, my father's side. She's religious now or whatever, right? Going to church and choir and all that kind of crap. That only started a few years ago, like a decade or so ago, right? Never used to go to church or anything like that. I guess until, I don't know, all of her brothers and sisters died or something. And I think she's like the last one of her family left. Then, I don't know, she found Jesus or something. On my mother's side, my grandmother over there was religious. Very much so. All throughout her life, right? My grandfather, absolutely not. And you never heard him speak, really. except for very rare occasions. Or if you were in his chair. Get out of that chair, yo. In my chair. So that's when we would hear him, is when he was angry. Get out of the bathroom. You know, taking a long shower or something like that. Yeah, because using up all the water. This is well water or some bullshit. That's the only time we ever heard from the guy, right? He ever spoke. Not a religious fellow. Then my grandmother eventually died, passed away, and we started hearing him more, and we're like, oh, grandma kept you in check, didn't she? Uh-oh. Yeah, his thoughts escaped his head, and we're like, oh, we understand why you never spoke now. So my sister has a kid. That's my niece. She has another on the way. Not sure which it is yet. I'm not gonna push her on it, whatever. She'll tell me when she's ready to tell everybody. So that's fine. Yeah. To be honest, I'm happy for my sister. She was alone, sad, and miserable. At least she isn't a Disney adult. Oh God, she was going down that path, and she has community now. Yeah, I mean, So, while I don't necessarily agree with churches and whatever and all that kind of crap, I do understand, like, the community there. I get that, and I get that some people don't have a community, and the church provides that. I'm all right with that. I'm not gonna fight that. What I fight is the aggressive indoctrination. Right? I'm not okay with that. Which is kind of the way my mother is leaning, honestly. So that's why I'm uncomfortable with a bunch of that. But yeah, I mean, if that's where you get your community and it makes you feel better, sure. If you're not hurting anybody, you're not trying to fucking heal broken bones with tongues. I don't know. Speaking in tongues. I had a friend that was at one of those churches, and everyone, me and another friend are like, you need to get the fuck out of there. That place is not good for you. That's where he got married, believe it or not. That's where he got married to his wife. And I don't think treats him very well, but who am I to say? I don't know. I haven't actually met the one. I have been friends with this guy since high school. Fucking 25-ish years ago. Fuck, 20 years ago. I haven't met this woman. I don't know if it's like she doesn't want to meet people or what. But well, she's a character. Yeah. Well, it has a place just out for me. Exactly. Right. Like, I get it. I understand that the church has a purpose that is not a bad purpose for the most part. There's outliers, of course, like with anything, like the mega churches. Don't fucking go to those. Yeah. Confirmation. Yeah. Well, that was a cultural thing. More of a cultural thing than a religious thing. That I understand too. The whole cultural thing. Yeah. She thinks I'm just a lonely person who doesn't have a community and says I need one. I don't need a church. That's not something I need. Yeah. Is your grandpa now like a super conspiracy theorist? Oh, he's since passed. It's not that he was a conspiracy theorist. So he passed when he was like 93. So with people that reach that age, the things that were okay saying when they were my age are no longer okay. catch where I'm coming from there. So he'd say some fucked up shit offhand, and we're like, whoa, what the huh? You can't say that, Grandpa. What the hell? But like, you know, he had been living with my grandmother for so long that he didn't have a chance to be corrected, essentially, right? Yeah, I mean, we all knew he was dying. No. He may have actually, hocus pocus. I don't remember a specific instance, but I would not put it past him. I would not put it past the man. What was really fun was watching my sister react to my aunt telling me that there's a pamphlet in her room upstairs when the rapture comes to get it, and it'll tell me what to do with my friends. So my sister is just as pushy, and she didn't like my aunt acting like that because I didn't go to church on Christmas. An atheist is someone with no invisible means of support. Well, that's a good one. These days, because folks are less religious, we have a replacement for non-religious folks. At the time, we call it the Lente Feast. Fast feast? Spring party. Yeah, around the same time. Just give the kids something the equivalent to the others. Yeah. Rapture's already here. People have been bodily ascending to the heavens since the 1960s. Yeah. I kind of want it to happen because it'll free up a bunch of houses. Give me a chance to get a house. I've been ripped off. I was told all these houses are going to be empty. What the shit happened? What the fuck? That's why I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off because I was lied to. It never happened. Play Duke, right? So something pretty funny. So my father, years and years ago, until like when I was obviously living at home, but I was like not even a teenager yet, so under 10 years old, right? Excuse me. My father had a computer that he did all of his church stuff on, right? A Windows 3.1 machine, right? And I distinctly remember being in his office playing Wolfenstein 3D on his computer in the church. No sound blaster, so just like the PC speaker, right? So the audio was jank as all hell, right? I've heard of that piece of chocolate. You know, that candy. No. Where is this? Oh, those are all new lines. Okay. Argument list. Got it. Now. Yeah, that shit ain't okay to say anymore. Yeah. And my father's played Doom. I think he may have. I don't know. He'll watch it. He'll certainly watch it. He gets a kick out of watching. But yeah, we used to play what's it? One of the 007 games on GameCube. Which one was it? It wasn't. No, that's 2008. No. This one. We had this game, Agent Under Fire. We played the multiplayer on this. Not Nintendo 64, GameCube. He got a kick out of this game. He really enjoyed this game. God, I still remember playing a bunch of it. Let me see if I can find some of the maps. I'm gonna have to play this again now, honestly. Oh god, I hated this mission. This was a dog shit. The driving missions were dog shit. I honestly don't remember most of the single player because I would mainly play the multiplayer. Because I don't remember this at all. I remember that. Was that the same game? I don't remember that at all. Was it Age Under Fire or was it a different one? It might have actually been this one here. Hang on. Nightfire. I can't spell multiplayer, right? This is the one. I remember this fucking mission. Oh my god. And that gun. Oh, Jesus. That sniper rifle. Yeah, yeah. What the fuck is this? What is this shit? This is one of the multiplayer maps. This is the one that we usually played, was this one here. I remember one time I was playing like the guy with the hat. The first image. The guy with the hat. Odd Job? I remember standing, so this is like a mountain kind of thing, right? So there's a castle up here and there's like a lodge at the bottom. Second row. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Odd Job. Yeah, that guy. So I remember one time, like, I'm standing on one of the sides. It might have been the bottom lounge, right? And I'm playing Odd Job, and I'm looking up at the castle up top. And I think it might just be me and like my brother and my father playing this game, right? And I'm Odd Job, and I throw the hat from the bottom, and I take someone out standing on the top of the castle. I still remember that. It's hilarious. God, now I want to play this game again. How dare you? I don't know if I remember that one. I remember this. Oh my god. This is like the Japanese. I can still hear the voice lines. It must have been the wind. Yeah. This screenshot's in a lot of places. My god. Wait, this is the bottom. This is the bottom of that map. Fucking heat seeker rocket launcher. Oh my god. Yeah, they had these cable cars that went back and forth. Yeah. God. Surprised you a lot of games like that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. His favorite actors, Clint Eastwood. Spaghetti westerns, you know? All the bad guys get shot up. I remember this part. We had to like sneak by a window at a certain time, not get caught. Oh, this fucking gun. I vaguely remember this level. This is towards the end of the game in single player mode. I forget exactly what you had to do here. You had to shoot up something with this gun. The navigation in space was kind of jank, I think. I mean, it worked, I guess, but it was jank as all hell. What the hell are these low-res screenshots? What are these? What the fuck? Textures are all fucked up. I vaguely remember this map. So there was like 2 maps that we played. there was that the slope one, and then there was also like a submarine level that we played a bunch of. Times make good Western movies, yeah, right? Oh. I have to play this again now. God damn it! How dare you guys? I'm blaming you. Yeah, this is that's that submarine level right there. This is that big slope one with the castle up top and the lodge at the bottom. No, 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 don't go to the YouTube video. No, no. Same one again. I don't know which one that one is. Not a fan of the driving portions, though. The driving portions are not fun. Golden gun. Yeah, there was another game he liked to watch me play was fuck. I have it now too. It's one of these. Red Faction. This game. This is a fun game. I'm playing in 4K. I don't have a 4K screen. Yeah, one thing you really got a kick out of was when I would throw incendiary grenades and light someone on fire, they'd scream and he'd laugh at that. Good times. Good times. All right, so this is down there. That worked like I thought it would. Good. That new line there. And get rid of that one. Yeah. There we go. And let's wrap that a little differently. Put that wrapper there. That's a little better. but yeah, so my father, he he's the only one that's religious on his side of the family. And it's not like the church is a stranger to violence, honestly, yeah. Historically, so I guess might have just been in tune with that, right? I mean, you know, the Crusades were instigated by churches, weren't they? Not Baptist, but you know. Yeah, exactly. The Crusades, some of which didn't fail. Why isn't this one? Oh, I did. Oh, because I skipped over a few. Okay, that's why. Let's do this. Peasants Crusade, yeah. Isn't that the one where, like, you know, they were told, no, you really shouldn't do this crusade, and they did anyway, and the people they were attacking were a fucking ally, and they all died? Everyone doing the crusade died. Let me be clear on that one. Just because, like, they didn't know what the fuck they were doing, were attacking someone they shouldn't have attacked, and the guys that they were attacking were prepared for that kind of thing, so they kind of just, you know, mop the floor with them. Yeah. Something like that, right? Yeah, there were a few of them. Yeah. Kemba, how you doing? The Supreme Verse doesn't want me to do this fucking exam. What happened this time? What happened today? Huh? Okay, so that, go to that. Do that. Welcome, by the way. Last week we got moved back because of the snowstorm. 40 centimeters of snow over a night. Yep. Now there's a general strike of the public transport in all of Germany. Oh, wow. Watch an MS Paint quality animation video talking about it. Gotcha. All of the presidents went to Turkey and Iran to essentially attempt to sell pork to... What the fuck? Why was he trying that? Why did he think that was going to go well? That doesn't sound like it'd go well at all. I really want to play Level 7. How dare you? That and God, so funny enough, the Nintendo 64 that I have currently, I believe, used to be owned by the church, including my copy of Perfect Dark, which I find hilarious. Because that is not a game that you would think you would find in a church. It was hooked up to like a Mitsubishi TV, I think. PAL? No, it's NTSC. Why do I have a PAL on? Let's make these blocks. They did not have any Bible games, believe it or not. German commuter transport faces standstill on Monday amid call for strike. Uh-oh. Almost nationwide strike in a dispute with municipal and state employers over work conditions. Wow. I was reading the article that Campai linked. Emergency timetables, but the buses don't even drive out to my place anymore. Well, it's supposed to stay like this. Good luck. Good luck. All power to the employees. They deserve better working conditions to pay. Yeah, I get it. You know, I understand. We love collective bargaining, right? Exactly. Anyway, the church had the game consoles for their youth outreach activities, probably. No, I don't remember why. It wasn't for any youth outreach activities because I was in those. I was a part of that. I was the pastor's kid. I didn't have a choice but to be in those, you know? And yeah, that wasn't at all part of any of it. Which makes me question more why the hell we had it. It was probably a donation from someone, honestly. Their kid acting up and being a piece of shit. So they just donated the thing. Why do I have two comments here? The same thing. Basically the same thing. One almost counted that out though. Oh. It's running really fast. Yeah. The one time I need to get out of the house. Because you were a good kid. So, because I was the pastor's kid, I knew basically everything that was happening in the church at any given time. Especially like any outreach programs or what have you, you know? Not necessarily the drama happening at any given time, but anything, you know, sanctioned by the church or what have you. As an outreach program or whatever, I knew about it, you know? Both is that. Yeah. Wrong text buffer. Twitch likes to do that. Autofill my chat with the thing I just sent. It's like, why? Stop it. Twitch, what are you doing? In the middle, because you high speed boost. Yeah, right? Also, are you fucking streaming right now? What the shit are you doing? What? Are you really? What the fuck? What shit are you doing? Don't go. Oh. Frankfurt subways and trams operated by the VGF Frankfurt Transport Authority. We canceled S-Bahn, suburban rail, regional trains, and buses will not be affected. Oh. Lucky you. Okay, what the fuck is this other comment? What the hell is this? Okay, that's more data. Is it? Or why? Oh, I got that wrong. Yeah, I'll put both these comments in there because they make sense to have them in there. I think. It's fine. Yeah. Driving a truck. CB. Oh, this one. Another CB. We have hospitals and those whatchamacallit places where school children go after school to do their homework, like crunch time. Not crunch. Yeah, I know what you mean. The extra school, whatever. So the day when all their parents are at work, having a game console makes the place more attractive to them, or is used for educational purposes and research about violent video games. Yeah. Like a library or something? Different kind of library? I don't know. Yeah. Somehow that reminds me, I still need to figure out how to scan these workbooks that I have non-destructively. That's going to be a bitch and a half, I think. So I don't know if I want to like try building a book scanner, essentially, or not. But I don't know. I don't think I have the room for that to build one of those, even if I wanted to build one, right? And I've looked at a few places I could find online anyway that were advertising themselves as non-destructive book scanning, and every single one of them is a fucking house, like a residential house, not a builder, like a business. Go down a street view and I don't see a sign for a business. I was like, what the fuck? You just doing this out of your garage? Like, what the hell? 476. Well, no, because that gives me the blank line right there. I want that. I want to keep that in there. Yeah. Yeah. I've made a lot of progress though. I'm very happy with how much progress I've made so far with this. It's to the point where I can actually like go through, which is what I'm doing now, kind of. Go through and do the reverse engineering work that I've been putting off for so long. You know? And a lot of it now is removing the workarounds from the configs that I had in place for what's it? DA65. The other disassembler. Right? Because there was some stupid shit in there that I needed to work around. So I can remove those now. Can you start getting ready for bed? Yeah, no worries. Listen for a little bit longer. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Do need to wrap up here in a little bit, but I usually get 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. At least I was in school, sometimes in the afternoon lesson, but usually not. Oh, for school? School budget was 8:30 to 15:30 or 16:20, so basically all day except Wednesdays, where it's a half day. Yeah, here, God, I don't even. So I don't. When I was young enough to be in school, the school day started latest at like 8 a.m. I think. I feel like it started at 7 sometimes. I don't know. My memory is hazy with that. All I knew was fucking early. What time did we get out? Like 3 o'clock maybe? 3, 4 o'clock? I don't know. Anyway, my coworker, the one that's got the kids and the house and all that, her kids need to be there by 7 or some stupidness, and they want to make it earlier. Fuck off. No. So she's always at work at like 7:30 because she drops her kids off and just goes to work. But yeah, what the fuck is the point of having kids start school at 7 in the morning when you get to work at 9 and have them leave school at fucking 2, but you're stuck at work until 5? Cut it out. School starts at 9 and ends at as late as 7:30 from what people told me, but I guess it varies by state. It varies by school district, which depending on which state you're in is divided up differently. Like New Jersey is its own thing that does school districts differently than the rest of the country. But yeah, here where I am, I think it starts like 7, or at least the ones that my coworkers' kids go to starts like 7 or something stupid. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Like, stop it. Cut it out. It depends on the grade. Back in my day, we had like 3 days that went to 3 p.m. and longer per week without electives. Yeah. Honestly, I didn't really enjoy school all that much, so I try not to remember a lot of it. At least the parts that I didn't like. I don't remember a lot of it because I didn't particularly enjoy it. But I do remember it being too goddamn early. I remember that. But the start of the school days, as I've seen in movies and TV shows, always amazed me. Working parents somehow always having time to be present for breakfast. Yeah. That may have been the case decades ago, but not anymore. Not anymore. Breakfast is grab your trail mix bar or whatever the fuck. School's okay, but having had a taste of teaching at uni was kind of fun. Dealing with people, yeah. I didn't really enjoy school all that much. You know, I mean, I was not part of any, the popular kids, whatever's, right? If anything, I was friends with people from like the drama club or whatever, drama and or band, because I was in band for a year and then nope the fuck out of that before high school. Because I saw marching band, absolutely fucking not. Yeah. This wasn't a place I enjoyed, I had a few friends here and there, but I hated my classes. I hated my teachers. Most of them. Some of them were all right. I hated my English teacher. She's the reason why I still hate the word behoove. If you say that word around me, I immediately get angry. Because she would use it all the fucking time, and I hated her. I don't even know if we had, like, clubs. I'm sure we did, but I didn't fucking know about them, if anything. No, we absolutely did, because I was in one of them. It was like a fucking game dev club or whatever the hell, right? I fucking loved it. It was one of the ones where like, oh god. You use like a game maker or whatever the hell kind of thing, right? I really enjoyed that club. That was a lot of fun. That only lasted a semester or something like that. Half a year or something. I think that was like the only one I was in. Yeah, my English, so yeah, that English teacher, she was a witch. Well endowed. But an absolute witch. No one liked her. No one liked her. There was another English teacher, an older lady, that retired mid-year. Now, when it happened then, I'm like, oh, she retired, thought nothing of it. Now I'm like, the fuck she had to do to get kicked out of school in the middle of the school year? What the fuck happened there? Right? And the substitute, oh my god. I have never gotten a better grade in English than I did with that fucking substitute. So he was only there for half a year, and towards the end of it, he found out that they were not hiring him permanently for like the next year or whatever. So he didn't give a shit. He was just there, like, running the clock out, right? So the day of the final comes, right? We all sit down, and the final starts, and he hands it all out, and he goes, all right, before you guys start, the answer to 1, 2, and 3. He reads off half the answers to the test, because those are all the shit that was taught the first half of the year where he wasn't there. So he didn't give a shit. It's the only time I got an A in English. The only time. Yeah, outside of health issues is strange. Yeah, I mean, it's plausible she had health issues. She was old to, I don't know, 14-year-old me or whatever, Yeah. Never always gone on people's lives. Yeah, maybe her husband got cancer and she left to care of him. Yeah, it's certainly possible, It's not ever something that I care to find out. I don't care to find out now. I mean, there's only one person that, like, the student body collectively cared about, and it was this little old lady that was one of the lunch ladies. I don't remember her name, but she was the sweetest old lady. Oh my god, everyone loved her. And eventually they let her go because she was too old or some bullshit. I don't know. And the student body fought it, and they brought her back for a few years. Oh. She was drunk in front of class. Oops. Oh. 100% stuff to the board with the principal on the board fired her. Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised. But that is all fucking ancient history right now. It's only gonna get more ancient as the time goes on, as time marches forward. Gonna give 6 out. You have a good night, Joe Mega. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it as always. Get some sleep. Was she forced out, or why did the students fight her? She was like 90 years old, 80, 90 years old, right? So like she was well past retirement age. And I don't know the whole story for it, right? But I don't think like she really had anyone else like really taking care of her or whatever. So like the students were the only people she ever saw. You know, she didn't. I don't think she had any family around. I don't quote me on that. It's been years, and I wasn't paying much attention in the first place. But yeah, I mean, she's long since passed now. She passed like 20 years ago at this point. But yeah, I remember back in high school, I would have these like personal pizza things, like the size of a plate, right? I'd have 2 of the fucking things. I'd fold it in half and eat it like a slice of pizza, and all the oil would drip out on the plate. And then I'd go home hungry. And I was thin as a fucking rail. Now, if I try that, I'm out of commission for 2 days, and regretting all of my choices. Not a good time. Those teachers or lunch ladies who work past 65, they don't work for the money. Going to school and interacting with the students makes them happy. That's how I saw it, especially at the time. And that's probably what it was, honestly. Yeah, that's probably exactly what it was. You know? I regret nothing, especially food decisions. Yeah. I mean, I don't necessarily regret it. I'm just disappointed that I still can't do that, basically is what I'm getting at, you know? I'm disappointed that I aged, that my metabolism has slowed down. That's why I'm not happy. Oh. Love my math teacher in 13th grade. He knew I knew my shit. I knew my shit. While everyone else was studying for the final exams, he and I played cards in the front row of class. Nice. Nice. So I didn't have any teachers like that in high school. I had that in college. Yeah, the closest would have been in like shop class. But still, it wasn't. No. Yeah. I don't know. I remember one of the years in college, the last college I was at. There was a MySQL class, a database class, right? And is that supposed to be here? I don't know. And it's a class that I had to like convince the school to let me into, right? It was also the guy who made the timetable adjustments if the teachers were ill and shit. By sheer coincidence, it was mainly our class that had lessons dropped as a result. Yo, you guys want to have free time tomorrow? Hell yeah! But yeah, so this class was a database class, and it was a night class, which basically meant my teacher had a day job in the field, so he knew what the fuck he was talking about, right? It was great. That's better. But for whatever reason, the way it worked out is a prerequisite for the. No, it was the PHP class, I think, had a prerequisite for the database class, right? And I wanted to take them both the same semester, right? So I had to email someone on some board somewhere, be like, hey, like I already know PHP. Let me take this class. I don't want to test out of it. Just let me take it, please. So in that class, because I knew what the fuck I was doing, more or less. I mean, looking back, my code is disgusting, but I knew enough to get around. The teacher understood that, right? And he leaned into that. I basically became a teacher's assistant for that one. I would help people figure out what the hell was wrong with their code, essentially. After I finished, I remember. So there was one like little program project thing, whatever, right? Where, God, it was basically like taking an image and coloring text based on that image, right? So basically, you'd have like a table of X's, right? And you just in HTML, and you'd color all of it based on an image or whatever. And I got it working basically the fastest, and was like the fanciest or whatever the fuck, right? I don't remember what I think I did something like where I like swapped out characters or something like that based on colors. I don't remember exactly what it was. But other people were like, doing it with like HTML tables or, all X's or something like that. But basically I got mine done real fast and then helped out everybody else in the room. So yeah, he was a fun guy. I enjoyed those classes. Was that the time when people were still fighting over whether to use GD or image magic? Good question, actually. Maybe? Possibly. I've used both. I remember GD. God damn. Is that still in use, GD? I guess so. Does anybody use it anymore? User contributed notes, 5 notes. 14 years ago! 50, Jesus Christ. Good fucking God, I am old. Oh, God. Oh, my God. That hurts. The newest one is 14 years old. Tom Hanks, nerd. Image manipulation in PHP is basically called GD. No, really, because image magic is an extra dependency you need to install separately. Is that when MySQL real escape? Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's like the safe escape bullshit, whatever the hell, right? Yeah, yeah. God. It brings back memories. Not good ones, but it brings memories, I guess. Jesus. MySQL hire PDO, please. Yeah, so that was in that class, the database class that used PHP, or whatever it was, PHP class that used the database stuff. I don't think we used MySQLi. I don't think so. That's how, like, old the class was, I guess. I don't know. The real escape had to send data to the DB to have it escape remotely. Really? Huh. Escape for real final. Oh. Nope. For real, Final V2. I have hiccups now. Hitchcock, how you doing? Well, welcome, welcome. Wasn't available before P3 5.1 or something? What are the years for that? These dates. I don't want supported versions. I want version history. Thank you. .1. Okay, 97, 98, 2000, 04, 05. I think this is around when I started using it. 04 to 05. Around that area sometime. So yeah, 5.0, 5.1 is when I started using it. Namespaces, like I didn't start with namespaces. Especially traits. I didn't do any of that shit. Or the finally, I don't think. WordPress compatibility. What? Libsodium. Union types in 2020? Really? That's how long it took? Okay. Enums. You had unions before enums? What? And read only? Oh my god. The fuck is a fiber? Latest stable PHP release. Typed class constants. Wow. An override. Oh, fancy. Software thread. Got it. Okay, I get where they're coming from with that then, I guess. Expected stability new features. Expected. Property hooks. Asymmetric visibility. What the fuck does that even mean? 5.x. Best for older WordPress versions and legacy applications. 7.x. Composer support. Major performance improvements. 8. JIT compiler. Type properties and modern syntax enhanced. Modern syntax. Who knew? Using 4.3, I think it was professionally for quite a while after 4.4 was out because 4.4 changed the class system too much for product we're using. And then using 4.4 well after 5 came out for the same reason. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. I remember working with the Zend engine, I think, though. That sounds familiar. But that is far too early for my coding, I think. Yeah, 04, 05, I think, was when I started doing software. I think they're in 7 in my web dev class. I mean, we hate web dev. My first web dev experience was in fucking Microsoft Front Page, I think. Yeah, this program right here in middle school. Laying out shit, GeoCity style. This was a lot of fun. I didn't touch Dreamweaver. I didn't have access to Dreamweaver, but I had Front Page, and I used Front Page a lot. I remember making a GeoCity site in Front Page. Identify, how you doing? I know. I realize. That's not something I'm going to argue. It was amazing until some dingus coming from Word tries to center text with spaces. Oh, God. Right? Center text with spaces. God. Stuff brings back memories. God damn. I remember convincing the IT guy at college to install front page server extensions on ISS. And it was hacked the next day. Oh no! How could you? How dare you? My first site was linking Word documents doc with AT. What the hell? Had to download and render every page change. What the fuck? Good old O3 Office shit UI. Yeah, Office 03. Yeah. Yeah, I remember using this kind of UI. Good, reader has really bad memories. Windows XP. Supported OS, Windows. You know how little that narrows it down? Pricing. Ah. Can I get front page anymore? Can I get like an old version of it? Come on, give me. Published 2024. What the fuck? Windows 95. Front page for Office XP. Let's go. Supposed to enable developers. Yeah. Unfortunately, Microsoft enhanced the product they made. Unfortunately, as Microsoft enhanced the product, they made front page documents render incorrectly in browsers other than Microsoft's Internet Explorer. Yep. The intention was to create a browser lock-in. The actual result, front page became the laughing stock, gave WYSIWYG HTML editors a bad name in general, and web developers went back to developing using Stickstone's VT100 terminals and Microsoft Notepad. There was a single Macintosh version, really? Wow. Come on, give me the full page here. I want the form shit. Microsoft front page 98. Zip file. It's going slow. I'm gonna fuck around with that in a bit. Off stream, I think, though, but. Well, so that's my hope. It is running in line. Time for the WinXP VM. If in doubt, yeah. Proton Tricks. Downloads 20 total or today. This shouldn't require a CD key to use. Do you think? Oh my god. I scroll down. Similar items based on metadata. The last one. Windows Vista Ultimate 64-bit. Can you us comment chat connect to Twitch IRC? I doubt it. This gives me PTSD. That no. This was like I have somewhere still a dented keyboard because I was so pissed off it didn't work on my laptop that I punched my laptop. I still have that somewhere. I don't know where. It's around somewhere. Still dented from 15-ish years ago, 20 years ago. Fuck. 20, not 15. God damn it, I'm getting old. Still got this last month? What the fuck? Really? That's insane. That ain't right. Let's send that page. Anyway, I need to wrap up. I'm starting to get a headache. I need to wrap up. I need to go get some food. Immediate regret, yeah. You know, convince me to install Vista, get DirectX 10, immediate regret. Yeah, immediate regrets for me as well, because I installed it and nothing worked. I couldn't even plug a USB in to get drivers for all the other things because the USB didn't fucking work. But does it? I don't. It's not done downloading. Kelly was hang on that. Give me a minute. Hang on. It's still downloading. It's at like, I don't know, 50 seconds left. I'm gonna look for someone to raid in the meantime, whilst it's downloading. code stuff. Everyone's playing games. What the hell? I mean, I hit download on the website. So what do you want from me? All right. Not from archive.org. The other one. Okay. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. It's almost there. A few seconds. There it goes. It's an ISO. Oh god, an ISO. It's not a. Oh my god, it's not a fucking. It does need a key too, I think. That's right, it came out as a folder. I forgot about that, yeah. Whoops. Yeah. Whoopsie. Alright, cut. Hang on. Front page. Go into that folder, paste. Extract that shit here. Right there. All right. What? Did I try and move shit before it finished extracting? Yes. Okay. Oops. So we're gonna delete that and try again. Extract here. That's what I want right there. Okay. Whoop, 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 whoop. Back. Create folder. ISO. Paste. Okay. Sudo mount MS front page ISO 2 ISO loop. Yeah, read only. That's fine. I didn't say anything. Yeah, right. No, this is legal copies. This requires this to be illegal. Fees may say illegal. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. In Oh God, one of these. Oh Jesus. Okay. Name. Me. Company. Nope. Yeah, that's correct. Fuck. Okay. How did... Does this have it in the picture? Nope. Does all ones? Are you serious? No. That doesn't work. eBay. Did they put it in the picture? That'd be hilarious. No. They changed it. Well, so this isn't that. The ones is for Windows XP, isn't it? Really? I can't paste into this? That's stupid. Thank you. Beautiful. That's hilarious. Custom. Additional clip art? Fucking yes. Everything. Absolutely everything. Let's go. Oh, God. Oh, you remember that shit? Oh, my God. Has no port or server config file. Has no port or server port. I'm installing it. What the fuck you want? Do not restart. No. All right, now I gotta fucking find it. Hang on. Wine programs. Machine's host name and IP address. This may take several minutes. What do you mean several minutes? Excuse me? Yeah, okay. More webs. Oh my God. Dial up, I guess. Okay. There's no server on... Yeah, I know there's... Local, right. Local, you bitch. Does this want me to connect to something? Oh, that's existing. Duh. Okay. Oh my God. My new web. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I know there isn't. Oh, this wants me to actually... This wants me to actually connect to one of those. Okay, I see how it is. All right. Walking website. Yeah. Is that because I installed the server extension, whatever the hell's? Probably. One web page. Yeah, I know there's no server there. Really? This won't... Oh my God. Damn. This won't let me just make something local. Will it? That's unfortunate. Oh my God. New page. No, I can't do anything. All right, well, I'll have to figure that shit out later. It may be, if I care enough. Try new? I did new, didn't I? Oh! No, well, okay. This is the same thing I was getting before. Change. Yeah. Is that an FTP client or something? Probably. So it's trying to find a web server that I'm not installing. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Explorer? Wait. Oh my God. Oh my God. Shut up! Make it. Okay, so it does actually work. All right. Insert. Fuck you. I can do that for everything, isn't it? Clip art, clip art, clip art, clip art. Let's go. Oh my God. Oh, the clip art. Jesus Christ. I remember some of these styles too. These are all GIF. I can almost guarantee. Sounds? What? Oh, because this doesn't work very well. The rendering is kind of broken. Magnify. It's already magnified. Oh. I see. Plants? People who work. Yeah, so the rendering is kind of broken. Seasons? Signs. What the fuck does that say? Download now? It looks like it's like Dreamland. Hang on, maybe this will help a little bit. People at work. That's someone at work, all right. Making copies. Gestures. Sure. Fucking A. Web backgrounds. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Use of an next work presentation. Fucking Comic Sans. The colors on these are all fucked up, too. Buttons. I don't know why this is a button, but sure. Look at this guy's face. At the bridge. My God. These are all so terrible. Look at how... Oh, God. These are all like deep fried. Holy shit. None of the colors look right for any of these. Test for EPS, actually. I guess convert it later when it knows the real size. I don't know. They're probably installed in a folder somewhere. God. Ah, what happened there? Connect to the web for additional clips. If you have access to the World Wide Web, click OK to browse additional clips from a special web page. You select clips you select from there are automatically added to your clip gallery. Open Firefox. Open in Firefox. As a redirect, it's a blank page. There's nothing on this page. It's empty. I've been had. Divider. Oh my God. Dividers. Navigators. That's not a navigator. I saw it when I walked, boy. It's so Jover. Use the web save palette or something? But the wide render doesn't handle the conversion rate or something. It's possible, I guess. Web save palette. That does ring a bell. I'm not sure what the website actually is because it hits a redirect, I think. Microsoft.com ISAPI/reader.dll. What the fuck? Does anyone know if the more expensive GitHub Actions runners use more free minutes or per actual minute? I have no idea. I don't use those runners. Maybe, I don't know. It could just be a weird URL quirk. Is API. Is API. Also, web pictures. Wouldn't all these be all web pictures? Microsoft version of CGI bin. I've done some CGI bin stuff years ago. In like fucking Perl or whatever. I'm sad that there's no like fucking sounds. I'm disappointed there's no sounds. Edit categories. Okay. Where are these? That's not what I thought it would be. Insert? I had one selected. Look at that. Stop that. GIF. Yeah, what's the size in the alt text? That's hilarious. You still get that with ISS apps that don't use the is URL ISS URL rewrite module. Oh my god, really? Where programs? Hang on. Where to put? I didn't want to click on it. I wanted to right click on that because I'm too used to Windows bullshit. So I can find that. Oh no. Oh no, I just have all of them now. Oh no. And yeah, the rendering was fucked up. The colors here are looking better, I think. Yeah, these colors are looking better. The rendering was all scuffed. Jesus, these are all tight. What the fuck was that? Or was it the colors? These. Okay, maybe this actually is terrible colors. Where's the keyboard things? Oh, imagine having that on the background. The other certificates because yeah. Oh my god, they have icons on top of the background because you'd want the background. You want that background, right? Obviously. And you'd obviously want to put a spoon on top of it and a plate and forks and knife things. Mm-hmm. Emotes. Oh my god. I mean, it's possible. What? 15 by 15. Oh, leaves! Those are leaves. Got it. Okay. I think people didn't have 60-bit high color graphics drivers most of the time. That's true, yeah. Oh, footprints. Look at that. Jesus. Yeah, dithered out the nose. Oh, we're back around to the start. Clip 2. That's fucking animated! Oh my god! Holy shit! Oh my god! None of them repeat, apparently. Oh my god. I might have to make some of these emotes. I might have to, like this one, I might have to make an emote. A GIF or a viewer problem. It's a image problem. It's an option in the GIF. It's like a repeat count, something like that. No, it doesn't move. Oh, it does move. I was impatient. That's a bomb. Okay. What? Oh, there's 1,000 in this folder. Oh my god. Not only appeared in the new version of GIF, so this might be using the older version and assuming the browser would loop it anyways. Ah. I could see that. Then I might make a script to, or program, whatever, just to go through the folder and just make everything the newer format. Oh my god, what the fuck was that? I do not need Clippy, no. No! Oh, this one's for Twitch. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. No, we're not doing that. Deep fry everything in Xvid. Oh my god. Xvid. Ah! That's why it looked like ass. It was animated. That's why. They're animated differently too. That's why there's two of them. Okay. That's why you couldn't read the damn thing. Stonks. I'm gonna have to animate or make a bunch of these emotes. I think I might have to. Anyway, okay. Anyway, I need to wrap up. I need to go get some food. Who are we going to? Who are we going to see? Who? I'm distracted enough. Who's this? AG and possibly BS be something. That might be like category, you know? And animated being its own category. Web button. Yeah, that's probably the category, and animated is a category. Yeah. I bet you that's what it is. Yeah. Turn that off for you. Turn it on for me. Yeah, let's go over here. BS business. Come with me to say hi. I'd really appreciate it. I should be back on Friday, unless this coming week is hell again. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe not. I'm not sure entirely what I'll be doing on Friday. I'm at a point now where I'm comfortable getting further with disassembly stuff with my disassembler. So it might be more back into that. I don't know. We'll see. Depends on if I get anything done this week or how far I get, what have you. Yeah. Anyway, going through to say hi. Really appreciate it. And you guys have a good night. Bye-bye.